I would like to call this Housing Authority meeting to order, please. If I could please have City Clerk, please call roll.
Councilwoman Allen,
Present.
Councilwoman Price, Councilman Supernaw,
Here.
Councilwoman Mungo, Councilman Uranga,
Presente.
Councilman Austin, Vice Mayor Richardson, Commissioner Tanzer, Vice Chair Sorrow,
Present.
Chair Zendejas.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Can you please read the first item?
Item 1 is a recommendation to receive and file notice of adjournment of the July 13, 2021 regular meeting of the Housing Authority of the City of Long Beach.
Thank you. Can I please have, do we have any public comment on this? Any comment from council members? With no comment, if we could please call for the vote.
Motion carries.
Thank you. If you could please read item 2.
Item 2 is a recommendation to approve the minutes of the Housing Authority regular meeting held Tuesday, June 8, 2021.
Any public comments on this? No public comment? Okay, thank you. Any public from committee members? Thank you. May I please have a motion and a second?
We have it, Chair.
Thank you. May I please have a vote?
Councilman Austin? Thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. Item number 3, please.
Item 3 is a recommendation to receive and file the Housing Authority financial and operational performance reports for April 2021 citywide.
Thank you. Any public comments for this? No public comments. Any public comments from City Council? With no comments, if I could please have a motion and a second. Thank you. A vote, please.
Commissioner Tanzer, thank you. Motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes our Housing Authority meeting.
Chair, we have 2 more items.
Oh, sorry. May I please have the next item?
Yes. The next item is item 4, recommendation to receive and file the Housing Authority financial and operational performance reports for May 2021 citywide.
Thank you. Any public comment on this? Council? I need a motion and a second, please. Thank you. Let's call for a vote.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Item 5 is a recommendation to adopt a resolution authorizing the Housing Authority or designee to execute all documents necessary to accept funding from HUD for new EHV and funding for fiscal year 2020 to 2021 citywide.
Thank you. Any public comment? No? Public comment from City Council? Thank you. Let's have a vote, please.
You do have.
Oh, go ahead, Councilmember Mongo.
Thank you. I just wanted to draw attention that this is very exciting that we'll have additional vouchers available. I don't have the number off the top of my head. I heard it was somewhere around 500 to 600, and that is very exciting. And at this time, I just encourage individuals who are landlords and small property owners to consider becoming a Section 8 landlord, because tenants with vouchers with nowhere to go don't get a home. So just great work bringing in the new emergency funding. Excited to have the vouchers, but we have to continue to work hand in hand in a proactive way to make it easy for landlords to be a part of the program so that these 580 individuals can find a place to live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Councilmember Austin?
Yes, I just wanted to, I think, echo Councilmember Mongo's comments, but I wanted to just understand that we have, folks in the public paying attention here that are watching our votes. I wanted to see if it would be possible to get a brief staff report on this particular item, just to explain what we're working on here.
Good evening.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Commissioners. So this opportunity is 582 vouchers, very specific to homeless individuals, and so homeless individuals and households. It'll be a strong partnership between the Housing Authority and our multi-service center, going through our CES, sort of really making sure that we are prioritizing for those who need it most, as well as for families with children and those who have been impacted by domestic violence. So we are carving out some of those very specific to specific populations, and we're looking forward to that opportunity moving forward. Thank you.
So to be clear, this could potentially provide 582 opportunities for housing in our city.
That is correct. In addition, we'll be utilizing funding from some of our other grants to be able to provide case management to those that we're housing through these vouchers, to be able to ensure and support their ability to remain in housing along the way.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Director Cowley, for that explanation as well. Mongo, please.
Thank you. I think it's also important to note, I think that Councilmember Austin brought attention to that we need that many landlords, but we already have a considerable number of people with vouchers that are not yet housed. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How many people are on the wait list?
I don't have an answer to that, but I believe it's over 10,000.
Right.
But these are very specific to those experiencing homelessness or at risk of homeless. So these will not be folks, may or may not be folks who are currently on our list.
And then previously, when we worked with the homeless population, there was a supplemental program from, I believe it was the county, where they would help pay for a unit to become Section 8 compliant and or hold a unit open if the resident you took in was homeless. Do we still have a program like that to supplement these 582 vouchers? Or was that funding exhausted?
No, I'm going to turn to the audience for a minute and I can give you that answer. It's still there. Paul Duncan is here as well.
Thank you for the nods.
Yeah, so those funds are still available.
So I think that's just another important component for landlords to consider. With 10,000 people on the wait list, we hope that we can at least get another 1,000 on board in the next year. I think that's a good target. Thank you.
Very good points, Councilmember. Thank you very much. Councilmember Richardson, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. I think it's important to note, and it's great that we have this additional capacity. We need to make sure that we're continuing doing what we can to make sure that we embrace, all the changes to the Housing Choice Voucher Program. It has a lot of stigmas. Landlords won't accept it in many cases because of policies that have changed over time. And so the more we can educate folks on, how much easier it is to use the Housing Choice Voucher Program, we'll have more people, more landlords willing to open up their doors and actually accept a tenant with a voucher. That's what we ultimately need. The units are there, but we need the landlords to be willing to, step up and be a part of this program. And that's how we can make sure that we actually can ensure that 582 or whatever the number is, additional people can be provided a home. And so I want to continue to thank and encourage our housing authority staff and encourage them to continue to do the outreach to the landlord community, make sure that we are turning the corner in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. With no more comments, if we could please call for a vote.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Now, this concludes our Housing Authority meeting. Thank you.
Chair, can we call for general public comment?
Yes, thank you. If there's any general public comment, please step forward.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Terrell, and I'm a resident of the Grisham Community Housing in the 8th District. I am standing here before you because the management company, as well as the manager for the past 3 years, have been awful. Awful is a good word, actually. I just want to elaborate on some of the things that has been going on, which is in my apartment. August 1st of 2020, I had a feces overflow for 4 days. It ran like lava. She's never in the office. I had to go to her aunt to get her telephone number to ask her to have a plumber come out. They brought in a person from the company, not a plumber. He could not help me. So I let her know this. I also had to contact a plumber myself and pay them myself. 4 days of feces. Yeah, everybody's head is dropped. Mine is too, and my family got sick. And as here it is a year later, I still have somewhat of an odor in my hallway from the bathroom. It's horrible. No answer from her. Also, the ceiling is falling in the bathroom as well. I let her know that. There's still no answer. Trash and debris all over the place. We had in April and May, there was a no pickup for 2 weeks in 196 units. Called the health department, called everyone that I could think of, and we finally got someone to come out and pick up the garbage. But they said the garbage that's on the ground, which was everywhere, they could not do anything with that. So me and some of the neighbors got together and picked it up and got it off the ground. But we're talking about 2 weeks of garbage. Now we have rodents all over the place, looking like New York. Roaches, maggots, everything. And they don't care. I've called the mayor's office in May. I called him in June several times, no answer. No one responded back to me personally. I've also been on the panel with the Neighborhood Watch. That's one of the reasons why I came back. And this is the worst that we've ever lived over there. A boat is not for Grisham, nor is this manager. This is really horrible for a senior citizen. I've been working since I was 16. I'm 66. I shouldn't have to live like this. We need help. And then also the crime is just horrible as well. It's up. Had to call for the truck several times. Call Miss Melody several times. She got the truck out there. Shootings. My brother almost got shot. Daylight. She doesn't get rid of these people.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
comment.
If I might, Madam Chair, just offer just a quick response. My office is aware, has been notified. Code Enforcement, Development Services has been reaching out to the property management. This is an issue that is deeply disturbing to me personally, and to many of my constituents who live in the Grisham community. There are a number of issues that should be addressed. We recently did a COVID-19 vaccination at the facility, at the housing development, to bring a city presence to the community. But their issues are much larger than that. And this, to me, I'll just say, is where, several years ago, we put in place a proactive rental housing inspection program. I would say that large multifamily housing, as well as public and nonprofit developments, should be held as equally accountable as individual landlords. And so I'm going to be on this issue. I'm standing with our residents in this regard. But I also want to just point out that one of the major concerns there in that community is public safety, right? And the issues that my constituents have come 2 weeks in a row to talk about are real issues. I've seen video surveillance cameras. I've seen crime actually occur. We've had community meetings on Zoom. I look forward to re-engaging personally with my constituents. But her issues are real, and they're not unique to this community here. There are areas and pockets of our city, all over the city, that are impacted by this, and we need to be considerate of that and thoughtful about that with our actions as a council collectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Council Member. Any more public comment? Thank you.
My name is Alexander Sawajczyk. I'm a small landlord. On 14th of July, I heard on TV Governor Newsom announcing housing is a key program. It's supposed to prevent evictions and paying rent for people that couldn't pay rent due to COVID. Well, I went to the website. Housing is key. It's open. I tried to apply. I put the address of a property, which is in Long Beach, and it forced me to a city program, which promptly announced me that city program is discontinued on June 11. I called the number. Yeah, it was confirmed that City of Long Beach has its own program, and its program is not taking any more applications. State of California is still advertising housing is key program on TV and radio. It's supposed to pay 100% of rent for poor people that cannot pay because of COVID. So my question is, why is Long Beach out of this program? Is Long Beach planning to come back to this program? Or could tenant or landlord apply directly to state program, which still takes applications till September 30th?
Thank you very much for your comment. If we could get city staff to coordinate with him and maybe be able to give them those answers, please.
Okay.
Email. And Oscar's coming towards the back, and he'll be able to help you.
Thank you.
Thank you. More public comment?
Good afternoon. Council, Mayor, other interested parties, I'm most honored to be here today. And I'd like to actually applaud your efforts concerning the homeless population. I think that's admirable what you've achieved. But I'm not here to talk about the homeless population today. What I'm here to talk about is a different matter. And I am, while I'm honored to be here, I'm at the same time chagrined to bring a negative message to you, and that is that the city has, unfortunately, in my humble opinion, completely disregarded its responsibility to preserve and protect the health and well-being of others and to use public funds in a prudent manner. I'm specifically talking about the fact that we have vegetation that's been allowed to flourish for the past 19 years at a particular address, 352 East 7th Street in Long Beach. Now, what I'm talking about is this vegetation in the form of 2 large rubber trees that have grown to a height of 70 feet at least, have wreaked havoc in the infrastructure, surrounding infrastructure, sidewalks, plumbing, etc.
Excuse me, just to let you know, this is the Housing Authority meeting, so you would really have to speak on issues pertaining to Housing Authority. City Council meeting will start shortly if you'd like to do public comment then.
This does pertain to public housing, as does pertain to housing, in the sense that what's happened is this root system has in fact inundated the sewage and the sewer line. And similar to this presentation that was made just a few minutes ago, we had some backups on April 27th and April 29th as a result of the roots from these rubber trees. And this is an example of a situation in which this is completely preventable, assuming the actions of the city would have taken place at an appropriate time. I'm happy to hold my comments, if you'd like, till later, if you feel that they're not applicable to this particular meeting. But quite frankly, they're pertinent to the safety and well-being of the public in general, as well as to the residents. I myself, in 2017, experienced a fecal backup in one of my units, and it was a $35,000 claim. Fortunately, it was covered by State Farm. The most recent catastrophes on April 27th and 29th were external, and as a result, out of my own pocket, I paid $23,000. I have filed a claim with the city, and to date, I've been given lip service as to when those trees are going to be removed. I've been told they're going to be removed, in parentheses, if there are public funds.
Thank you, sir. Your time has ended. Thank you. And do we have any more public comment? Okay, thank you. That concludes our Housing Authority meeting. Thank you.
Okay, the Housing Authority has now completed. We are going to go ahead and now go into the council meeting. So if I can please have a roll call on the council meeting as we start that agenda.
Councilwoman Sendejas,
Present.
Councilwoman Allen,
Present.
Councilwoman Price,
Present.
Councilman Supano,
Here.
Councilwoman Mango,
Here?
Councilwoman Sorrow,
Present.
Councilmember Oranga,
Present.
Councilman Austin, Vice Mayor Richardson,
I'm here.
and Mayor Garcia.
Thank you. We will begin the meeting by having our moment of silence and pledge of allegiance, and that'll be led by Councilman Uranga.
Thank you, Mayor. If you please join me in a moment of silence and reflection while we look at our losses that we've had over COVID and the Delta virus. So please join me in a moment of silence and reflection. Please join me in the flag salute. Hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance Thank you.
Thank you. If I can have a motion and a second on the consent, and I do have a council comment on one of the items. There's a motion and a second on consent. Is there a public comment on consent calendar? Is there no public comment?
Yes.
No, it says is there public comment on consent calendar? There's no public comment on consent calendar? Great. And I know I have a council comment, which is from Councilman Allen.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of comments. I support all these items, and I just want to highlight the importance of local preference and procurement. It's important that we support our local expenditures. I see for item 3 that we did a thorough outreach. 5 Long Beach vendors were notified to submit bids, all of which downloaded, but no one submitted a bid. So I definitely, as these items come out, I like to understand what we can do to entice more of our local businesses to applying for these RFPs. With regards to item 6, I'm excited that we are supporting a local vendor. That is awesome. For item 7, just a couple of comments. I see that we have an open RFP for these services next year, but I do have a question that I noticed on the staff report. The Technology and Innovation Department requests a continuation of services with Baker Crew because of their unique knowledge and experience they have with working with the city, and want to ensure consistency with the above initiatives. And I definitely appreciate that, and I know the importance of consistency. I don't know how long we've been working with this vendor, or if we had local vendors or firms when this contract was first awarded. It's hard to imagine that the nearest firm with that good of a product is in Alpine, Wyoming. So just want to encourage staff to look at cities and local firms that can compete for these opportunities. And one last comment on item 9. I'm not sure what the local vendor outreach looked like back in 2017 when that contract was awarded, but close to $275,000 is a lot of money, and I know that they're in phase 2. But I would definitely, again, like staff to look at local companies and closer companies. I think this one is located in Portland, Maine. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to highlight item number 5. It's pretty significant. It's the item on the bike share program, additional bikes coming into the community. I know it's been a priority to spread those bikes out, get them out into North and West Long Beach. And I see that this item does that. It creates more bikes. About how many bikes do you think we're going to get, Mr. City Manager?
Mr. Lopez, if you can answer that question.
I don't see Mr. Lopez in here, so I just wanted to oh,
he's coming. Here he is.
There he is.
Thank you, Tom.
Hope you washed your hands.
So the donated items for this one aren't actually bikes. We brought a different item a few months back on bikes themselves that we're working on. We're working toward a fleet of up to 1,500 bikes. This item is going to give us access to dock posts, to base plates that we need, connector plates, and other items that are going to help us expand the system citywide.
Okay, so this adds the infrastructure to get out into north and west and other areas of town.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you so much.
I think we have a motion and a second. I don't think either council members that made the motions have comments. There's no public comment, so please cast your votes.
Councilman Allen?
Yeah, I'm having a problem with my screen, but it's a yes.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Next up, let's go ahead and do items 10, 11, 12, 14, and 15, which are all the funds transfer, please.
Item 10 is communication from Councilwoman Allen, recommendation to increase appropriation in the City Manager Department by $400 to provide a contribution to Wild West Women. Item 11 is communication from Councilwoman Allen, recommendation to increase appropriations in the City Manager's Department by $705 to provide contribution to Partners of Parks to support AOC 7's Gaviota Street Block Party on August 14, 2021. Item 12 is a communication from Councilwoman Price, recommendation to increase appropriation in the City Manager's Department by $250 to provide a donation to California Families in Focus for their annual Trans Parade. Item 14 is communication from Councilman Supano, recommendation to increase appropriation in the City Manager's Department by $400 to provide a donation to the Long Beach Suffrage 100. And item 15 is communication from Councilwoman Sorrow, recommendation to increase appropriations in the City Manager's Department by $400 to provide a contribution to Wild West Women.
Thank you. Councilwoman Allen?
I have no comments, but I support all these items.
Councilwoman Sorrow?
Same thing, that I support the item of supporting our women's, Long Beach women's suffrage.
Councilwoman Price?
I'd like to make a friendly, because this is an item that we were going to bring next week, but we pulled it for next week, to add that Council District 3 through our Divide by $9 would be contributing $400 to Wild West Women, Inc. for the Long Beach 100th Suffrage Tea event and for $400.
Thank you. There's a city.
That's item 10 that you're amending.
I believe so, yes, please.
Thank you.
Okay, we have all the, there's no public comment on these?
There's no public comment.
Members, please go ahead and cast your votes.
Councilwoman Mango, Councilwoman Allen. Motion carried.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and move on to the 5 members of the public that are here to speak on public comment. General public comment, please. If we can have these folks please line up at the podium in this order. Just come forward. Peter Mackler. I believe it's Alexander Subjiski. Sorry if I mispronounced that. Denise Terrell, I think it says here. Sanai Kenfe and Mark Rivera. If everyone could just please line up to the podium. Mr. Mackler.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. My name is Peter Mackler, as the Mayor said. I'm a proud resident of Long Beach, District Number 3, Councilmember Price. But tonight I stand before you proudly and humbly as the Executive Director of Healthcare Policy at City of Hope Comprehensive Cancer Center, one of 51 such National Cancer Institute designated centers around the country. And I could tell you this evening with all due authority that hope is growing. As you might have seen in the papers and online over the last day or so, City of Hope has announced its expansion in Southern California with the addition of 7-site Pacific Shores Medical Group. Two of those facilities are right here in our Long Beach. One is located at 1043 Elm on the St. Mary complex in District 1, Councilmember Zendejas, and the other is at 3747 Walsham in Douglas Park, District 5, Councilmember Mungo. Now, what does this mean for Long Beach residents? It means that Pacific Shores patients will now benefit from increased access to more than 1,000 researchers and scientists who are transforming discoveries and cures into hope at our Comprehensive Cancer Center in Duarte and soon in Irvine. It means that these patients will now benefit from access to new clinical trials, treatment, and compassionate patient care that City of Hope is known for worldwide. It means that the 125 Pacific Shores staff in our 2 Long Beach facilities are now members of the City of Hope family. City of Hope and Pacific Shores chose each other to serve our patients due to our common goals in advancing care and affording our patients the absolute best care possible. We are honored to now call Long Beach home. Once again, I thank you, Mr. Mayor, Honorable Council, for the opportunity to address you this evening. I will leave a press release and my business card with the city clerk, if I may, and thank you for your service, and let's all stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Alexander here? Okay, we'll skip Alexander. Councilor Mungo, you had a comment?
I just wanted to say welcome back. We're really excited to have City of Hope. Great organization, and we're so excited to have you specifically back. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Denise here? Denise Terrell? Okay. Tonight, please.
Sanai Kinfe, District 6. I want to say a thank you to the city manager for updating. I don't know if it was the Salesforce system you guys have now, but the new cameras at the MLK Park. We were, looking forward to this criminal investigation, but I like to think that within the next interaction, defacing anything within the park, we will catch them in real time. I wanted to, I'm going to put my, Larry Goodhue hat on now and be a gadfly locally. I want to say that I think I'm noticing the trend, Councilwoman Allen, with respect to local hire and local preferences. I do believe that a lot of the contracts that are coming in with respect to city money should go to city applicants or city businesses that reside within the city limits. So I appreciate that. I'm a big proponent of local hire. Recently, I went to a lovely open house event just last night with Dr. Sulisaro's office, and it was a great opportunity to re-engage with a lot of the businesses and nonprofits within the city of Long Beach and the 6th District. Specifically, though, I did have a rather ill interaction with one collective of people that don't hire locally. That would be the cannabis operators under the operation of the Long Beach Cannabis Collective. We had a bit of a disagreement of words simply because, I have an issue with the fact that these people who, while maybe locally and statewide are under the law, federally they're not, not hiring local. And so, I think that a local hire situation should be pushed with respect to cannabis operators. It's bad enough that the equity piece is solely lacking with regard to ownership, specifically towards communities that are impacted by the war on drugs, not having a single owner with respect to the cannabis operators. But needless to say, I push forward with any local hire preferences and always here to support as a business with a business license in the city of Long Beach, in your district. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, thank you for the earlier warm-up opportunity. I'd like to ask that the council take action on something, and this really is a public health issue. I myself am 47 years public health and healthcare administration, and I feel strongly about this. I happen to be, as well, an owner of a property at 360 East 7th Street in Long Beach for the past 19 years. And for the past 19 years, unfortunately, the city has allowed two very large rubber trees to flourish next door at 352 East 7th. The significance of this is pretty great. What I mean is that it's wreaked havoc on the infrastructure, sidewalks, plumbing, and earlier this year, I experienced two backups, sewage backups and overflows, all right? Onto the sidewalk, into the storm drains. I personally witnessed people in wheelchairs trudging through the feces, getting from one point to another. Women, children, the same thing. I find this disheartening. It shouldn't be that way. The city really should have removed these trees which sit on the parkway years ago. This isn't the first time this has happened. In 2017, I had a similar backup. Feces into one of my units, the rental property, kitchen, $35,000, which was covered by State Farm. The most recent were not covered. The etiology of the problem is the root system from these rubber trees, okay? And I have been told that, in fact, they should be removed, they may be removed, if there are public funds. Again, I find this disheartening. To think about the possibilities that an unknowing citizen may trip, fall, perhaps experience a brain aneurysm, experience some sort of contract with hepatitis or some other disease, saddens me. Again, completely preventable. If you can imagine, a claim of that magnitude could be pretty significant to the city. The small amount of money that I've been talking about, $23,000 here, $35,000 here, would not compare. So again, I implore the city to take action as early as possible to remove these rubber trees on public property before the next backup occurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment today. This council has taken action to fix some of our tree problems just about a month ago, and we're expecting a report back. We saw a memo from the city manager recently, and we hope to be able to address some of these issues. Thank you for your comment.
Thanks so much.
Thank you. Now we're going to go back to the agenda. Also, we're going to go ahead and, so we're going to hear item 17, then we're going to do the budget hearing, and then we're going to do the rest of the agenda. So that's the order. 17, budget hearing, and then the rest of the agenda. Item 17.
Item 17 is report from Health and Human Services and Development Services. Recommendation to receive and file an update on Everyone Home Long Beach Initiative, citywide.
Actually, let me, Madam Clerk, I've had a council request to actually hear item 16. So let me do 16, then we'll do 17, then the budget, and then the rest of the agenda. So we'll do item 16, please.
Item 16 is a communication from Councilman Supano, Chair of the Government Personnel and Elections Oversight Committee. Recommendation to approve renaming the sports complex at Chittick Field D. Andrews Sports Complex at Chittick Field, District 6.
There's a motion and a second. Councilman Austin?
Sure, thank you. And I want to thank, first of all, the Government Oversight Personnel Committee. I'm Chair Supernall and Cindy Allen, who sit on the committee. I want to thank the many residents who've written letters in support of an action that started at this city council, and that is a motion that was made to rename Chittick Field after D. Andrews the sports complex. I want to be very clear that this in no way is meant to undermine or undercut the reverence and respect that we have for the Chittick family and the contributions that Mr. Chittick has. I want to point out that the Chittick name and the Chittick field will always be Chittick Field as far as I'm concerned, because there is a significant investment in terms of signage that is already there. But I think it's important that we point out that former council member and Vice Mayor Andrews had great commitment to the community. As a young child, he played at what was Hamilton Ball and now Chittick Field. As a city council member, I went to go on to greatness in high school, become as a legend at Poly High School, a legend at Long Beach City College, a legend in the community, but also someone who was and has been instrumental in touching the lives of countless young people as a mentor, as an educator through Long Beach Unified School District. His commitment to the city, his love for the city, his accomplishments are far too much for me to go into right now. I'll leave that up to some of the community and my colleagues. But he is worthy of our honor and this distinction. Our Parks Recreation Commission voted unanimously to support this naming. Dozens of letters have come in, and public speakers from through the process have sent letters to my office and that of the 6th District Councilmember Suli Sorrow. I want to thank Councilmember Sorrow for her support in this process, because obviously this is something that will be in the 6th District in the central area. Like I said, an area that former council member, our Vice Mayor, D. Andrews, represented for, was it 13 years? From 2007 to 2020. 2020. 13 years. That's another record, I believe, in terms of service on the city council that should be noted. So that said, I am very proud to bring forth this motion. I think for everything that this city council has been working on from the standpoint of equity and connecting and allowing our community members to have buy-in in terms of process. 2021, I think, is a great time, great year to honor our former colleague, D. Andrews. And so I'm proud to make this motion and ask my council's colleague support.
Councilwoman Mungo.
Thank you. I'm very excited to support this renaming opportunity. I want to thank the committee for their diligent work on this important project. It was great to see Councilmember Andrews about a week ago at a local 5th District place. He's a staple of the community, and it's great to still see him around and participating. And I'm excited to support this in the same way that he has supported our city and our residents for more than a decade. Thank you.
Councilwoman Price.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I support this item, and I very much appreciate everything that Vice Mayor Andrews did for our community and all of us individually as his colleagues. He was always so kind and understanding, and just really taught me a lot about being on council and answered any question that I had when I first started, and has always been just a very friendly and kind human being. And I think he presents a really amazing, selfless role model for a lot of the youth in the community. And he has been a very positive influence on a lot of people in terms of sharing his own experiences and lessons learned in his life. And for that, I'm grateful for him, because not everyone shares as openly and as transparently as he did. And he did so for a greater good, and really made some positive changes in our city. So I'm very happy to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. wanted to chime in, add my voice in support of this action today. I think it's appropriate, I think it's fitting. I'm honored to have spent the time that I've spent on City Council with Vice Mayor Andrews. I'm honored to cast this vote today in support of this effort. I think Councilman Vice Mayor Andrews has left an important impact in his story and his example, and the fact that he loves Long Beach, and he'll tell you about the history. He'll tell you, about how he's helped impact history and set an example that anyone born and raised or not born and raised in the city, you have something to offer and you can make a difference your entire life. And I think that's what it represents. So I think this is very appropriate, very fitting. It's a great recommendation that came out of the committee. I want to thank both council members Sorrow and Austin for working together to make sure this happens. Parks and Rec Commission and everyone involved. So I'm happy to cast this vote today in support of the sports complex at Chittick Field, the D. Andrews Sports Complex at Chittick Field. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Supernaw.
Thank you. It was quite an honor to chair the committee to bring this item forward. There's on multiple occasions I pointed out I was the #1 sports fan of D. Andrews. I think I showed his highlight reel from the Junior Rose Bowl multiple times at City Council. But I'd just like to add to that when you consider that he was the first African-American student body president at Poly High School in 1959, 5 years prior to the '64 Civil Rights Act. And he served on this council until 2020. So that's a leadership legacy within the community of over 60 years. And I'm just very, very proud to support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Allen.
I'm also very excited to support this item. I consider Councilwoman D. Andrews just a friend. I know also going to Poly and being student body president at one time, I think anyone that went to Poly looks up to him. He's a role model and definitely a role model for me. And I also appreciated, we were talking earlier about the gentleman about jobs, and I know he was always pushing for jobs and really hiring locally, and that's definitely a torch that I'm happy to carry, and just so proud of him, and I'm just so happy to support this.
Thank you, Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, just wanted to make sure that I lend my support to this awesome item, and to say congratulations to our former Vice Mayor Andrews for all the work that he did in the district and for his community. And the naming of this location is definitely fitting. So very happy to support, and he will always remain in my mind as one of the best dressed council people I have always known. So cheers to our former Vice Mayor Andrews.
I'll go ahead and say my comments at the end before the vote. And of course, I'm supportive as well, but I do think there's 2 members of the public. So why don't we allow the 2 members of the public to speak, and then I'll close up.
We have Sine Kenfe and Era Parker.
You can take my time, Mr. Lilly, if you want it. Okay. Sinai Kinfe, 6th District. It means a lot to be able here to support the former Vice Mayor, D. Andrews. When I was in the 7th grade, I caught a case, and, just the reality of the surroundings of the environment that I grew up in. And my mother couldn't take off time to go to court with me. And for whatever reason, Mr. Andrews, this was 20 plus years ago, he came and he was my court liaison, and he helped me to get a very sizable amount of community service hours instead of the sentence. I never told him that. I don't think he remembers me, but that helped change my life, and I never forget that. And I asked him, "You don't even know me, man?" And he said, "Yeah, but I seen you in the neighborhood." And for D, it just mattered a lot to take care of the kids in the neighborhood. You know, to see someone of his size set a lot of the records that he was able to set, 1,248 rushing yards at Long Beach State. You know, he's still on the records for that one. You know, I think he's the most sports accomplished council person in the last 100 years, we'll say. I can't speak to, you know, the late 1800s, but I can say that in the 20th century at least. And it's very appropriate that someone who's grew up 19th and Lewis, you know, he grew up in the neighborhood, and it's just a hop and a skip away from Chittick Field. We in the community, we very much support the Chittick family and what it means to have them with respect to Hamilton Bowl. And you know, this is a celebration of a pioneering athlete turned teacher turned political representative for a community that's been underrepresented for so long. And I just want to thank the city council here and everyone for supporting. And yeah, I'm honored to speak in support of my hero, the former Vice Mayor DeAndrews. So thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This town.
Yes, sir, you got to, Earl, you got
Oh, I got to put my,
yeah,
okay.
Sorry about that.
I guess you can, that's all right. This town was very different when I came, almost 60 years ago. There were places that African Americans could not go in this town. Couldn't go to Signal Hill, couldn't go to some of that places, East Long Beach. Your council people are doing a great job because the symbolic effort is symbolic. It's naming a field after a good friend of mine and a great person. But it stands to talk about how Long Beach has changed in these years. Being an African-American, Latino, especially male, living in this town and other cities in this country is tough. And for you to vote, some of the ancestors who have gone and transitioned out are rejoicing now because you have voted someone who is African American in a symbolic way. And I think there's some friends of mine on the council, Roberto understands what I'm talking about, Rex, all you guys. But this town needs so much more. And this is a step in the right direction. I hope you take that seriously. You have to walk in the shoes of people who have been oppressed. The equity things that you guys are trying to do is monumental to try to bring some hope to people who have been down, depressed. You have an awesome responsibility. Let's not hide from it. Naming this field is a good token for that, and it is very well deserving, but there's much, much more. Take out from where you are and look at the other guy. And legislation is not going to change it, but changing the hearts of people will. So supporting this is very, very good. These is very honored to be honored this way. But there's so much more to do. And I know, because I know some friends on the council will do that. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Keith Jerome Lilly. I grew up in this city at 7 years old. I came here from Oxnard, California. And the first thing, I lived in Navy housing, and I heard all the tales and stories about the great athletes we had. And then I got to meet this guy when I was 11 years old. We didn't know about college, but we knew about education. He took us to Cal State Long Beach, put us on a bus, and we played all day. We went to the classes, we would play basketball, we swam, and we were impressed. Then as I got older, I played football at Poly. D rides up in a white Rolls Royce with a white suit on and white shoes on and sharp as a Tic Tac. So all the students were going like, I want to be like that guy. So we was like, He gets out, he's flamboyant, he's real cool. We say, wow, we gotta be like him. But the good thing about D, he was the president of the Poly, and Poly, I went to Poly as the home of scholars and champions. So he just wasn't an athlete. For be an African-American man to be the president in 1959 at a school like Poly that was run by Virginia Country Club, you're gonna be a very bright as a person. You have to go into class. You didn't get passed through like some of the athletes used to, so he had to be able to read and write and comprehend. So he's our hero, and I only had 3 heroes. I had Ed Wilson, who was a councilman. He gave me a chance to see that somebody could sit up here with you guys, a black man. John Rambo, who was an Olympian, and Dee Andrews. Those 3 people mentored me to do community work that I do now. So I represent a group called Cultural Alliance of Long Beach and Developing Future Leaders. What we do, I teach young men to go out and be respectable. And I work with Councilwoman Dr. Suley. So we tried to build the camaraderie that Dee Andrews taught us to do. Take kids where they haven't been before. We got to continue doing that. Where Mr. Andrews set the bar high. Education is important. Athletics is second. For a kid to be able to read and write and comprehend like Mr. Andrews did, and like you guys can do on this council, it represents what kids can be one day, like Mayor Garcia. So we want to do the things, and that field, I won championships there. I played there. We call it Hamilton Bowl. We call it the Dust Bowl. Because our mother was, why are you so dirty? We play at the Dust Bowl. What do you think? So we had a lot of good things. So Cheddick Field, the Andrew Field, together is a great accomplishment for a black man in that 6th district. So you guys keep doing a great job, and thank you for honoring Mr. Andrew. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Actually, Councilman Austin, you have some additional comments before I close?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd also want to thank those who took time out today to come and speak on public comment. I also want to thank the dozens of people who've written letters and emails and contacted my office and the 6th District office in support of this particular item. I think Mr. Lilly summed it up very, very well. This is a iconic figure who we are celebrating and recognizing with this vote. And some of the people who have written, and many of the people who have written in support of this item are truly respected leaders throughout our community who've been impacted by Mr. Andrews and knows of the impact work that he and commitment that he has had to the city of Long Beach for well over 5 or 6 decades. So with that, that is my comments. And again, I'm honored to bring this item forward and work with my colleagues to honor our former colleague.
Thank you. I'm going to close this up. I first want to just thank everyone for all the really great comments about Vice Mayor Andrews, or of course, or D as we all know him and call him. And I particularly want to thank the members of the public that spoke. I mean, we've heard a lot of those stories before, but I think the historic nature of the work that Vice Mayor Andrews has been involved with, and especially his work at a time when he was a younger man, that was a much more difficult place for him. He's made a lasting impact on our community, and I'm just grateful to the entire council for working on this naming. It's very fitting, and it's I think, a very important way to recognize someone's life contributions. And for those that haven't seen Vice Mayor Andrews in a while, he's doing very well, and he's still here, and he's still going almost daily to his favorite McDonald's here in Long Beach. And one of my favorite things about him is every single day he goes out, buys a press telegram from the same delivery person every day, and then he walks to his favorite McDonald's in the morning and has breakfast there. So he's a real community guy. And with that, let's go ahead and vote on this item.
Motion carried.
Thank you. So just as a reminder, we have one item, and then after this one item, it's a presentation, an important presentation. Then we'll move on to the budget hearing. So we're going to hear an update on the Everyone Home Long Beach plan, and then we'll move on to the budget.
Item 17 is a report from Health and Human Services, Development Services, recommendation to receive and file an update on the Everyone Long Beach initiative citywide.
Thank you. And before we have Mr. Modica start, I do know that everyone in front of them has the original Everyone Home Long Beach Task Force recommendations. They should have a book in front of them. And also, I know the presentation. We wanted them, in talking to Mr. Modica, for those that don't know, our Everyone Home Long Beach plan is our action plan and our work product that the health department put together with a really great group of folks from across the community, chaired by President Jane Connolly of Cal State Long Beach, and included almost all of our organizations that were doing direct work around homelessness and helping people experiencing homelessness and the housing work that's been in place for so many years. This update will give us the latest as to where this plan is from when it was released to the City Council, and also talk about how we have met some of the metrics or maybe not met some of the metrics that we still have to work on as part of the plan. And so again, want to thank, before Mr. Modica starts, just the incredible group of folks that worked on this plan a few years ago. I think they are probably listed in this book, and just grateful to that work and the work of the Long Beach Health Department. So Mr. Modica.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you summarized that very, very well. So I will just turn it directly to Kelly and Oscar, who will give the reports. Kelly Colopy and Oscar Orsi.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. Thank you for this opportunity to share the midterm progress on the Everyone Home Long Beach plan. Oscar Orsi, Director of Development Services, has joined me for this presentation. The Everyone Home Long Beach initiative was established to address the homelessness crisis in the city of Long Beach. We gathered a task force chaired by Cal State Long Beach President Jane Connolly. The task force comprised of nearly 50 community leaders, stakeholders, and people with lived experience during the summer of 2018 to present information on homelessness, existing resources, and gaps. The task force developed, engaged the Homeless Services Advisory Committee, Continuum of Care Board, and other community members to inform the recommendations. The task force established a set of goals and strategies which were adopted on December 11th, 2018. This document has been our guiding focus since that time. There are 7 key goals within the report: strengthening governance and increasing funding, increasing housing access, reducing homelessness, employing people, supporting families, connecting to health, and developing population-based service models. I'd like to start tonight's presentation with some context. In our last homeless count in January 2020, just before the pandemic, we had 2,034 people experiencing homelessness in Long Beach. This was up slightly from the previous year. People self-reported that they became homeless due to insufficient income and loss of jobs, family problems, loss of housing, and behavioral health concerns, including mental health and substance use. Nearly half reported that it was their first time homeless. 28% had experienced homelessness for more than 2 years and are considered chronically homeless. In the past year, we have seen substantial increases in funding in recognition of homelessness as a public health crisis. However, this has not fully led to more people in transitional housing, as COVID-19 protocols reduced by nearly half the number of beds available in congregate shelters, given the distancing restrictions, and some shelters stopped taking new participants to ensure a person with COVID wasn't entering the facility. We began to hear more about encampments, as CDC guidance was to reduce encampment cleanups to reduce possible community transmission due to encampment disruption. COVID also led to reduced access to vital public facilities and services, as people were needing them even more than before. Another factor in the past year was the focus on reducing people in congregate settings, including the jails and prisons, to reduce transmission. People in jails and prisons were released, but there were little, if any, additional housing and resources to meet their needs, leaving many of them homeless as well. The COVID pandemic has in many ways set us back in our efforts a little to address homelessness in Long Beach. However, you will see that we've made great strides on many areas of the Everyone Home Long Beach plan, and we have significant opportunities in our future. Our first goal was to strengthen governance and increase funding. It was to build governance, data capabilities, communications, and financing to support a coordinated and robust homeless services system and housing system. The task force set a goal of $25 million in ongoing sustainable funding for operations, programs, and services, and another $220 million in capital funding. Rapidly expanding state and county funding has helped us move very close to this goal. To date, we're very near the goals for ongoing funding and 1/4 of the way there for capital funding. We expect to reach about 50% of the capital funding goal by 2023, as there is significant capital funding in the state budget over the next 2 years. The chart on the left here shows the funding in 2018. We had 8 funding sources for a total of $39 million, including housing voucher subsidies and capital funding. We now have 11 funding sources totaling nearly $95 million. $64 million is for new services and assistance funding, and $23 million is available to us through grant terms over the next 2 years. The primary focus areas for the funding include interim housing, housing authority vouchers, and capital improvements. Remaining funds support homeless prevention, outreach, coordinated entry system and case management, rapid rehousing, and a permanent supportive housing. Remaining resources also fund MSC operations, program and administrative, staffing, data systems, and overall administration. Our additional accomplishments in addition to the funding is that we have elevated the homeless services from a division to a bureau, hiring many new staff, including a focus on hiring around mental health and healthcare, interjurisdictional work, and other special projects. We improved the continuum of care governance, adopting a new charter in 2020 to increase policy and decision-making responsibility within the COC board. We also implemented a number of collaborative work groups to focus on specific areas of need in the city. And finally, we enhanced collaboration by transitioning to the Clarity Homeless Management Information System, which is what surrounding jurisdictions are using. This allows us to better coordinate services and outcomes with our regional partners. Our initiatives in progress include developing an affirmative marketing plan to ensure communications are focused and effective in achieving equity for communities who are disproportionately impacted by in experiencing homelessness. We are implementing a lived experience advisory board to ensure lived experience is informing our policy, program, and resource decision-making. We expanded access and referrals to the coordinated entry system to improve access so that regardless of which homeless services provider you are working with, all are being prioritized for the resources within the system. And we're also developing contract and performance management dashboards, advocating for additional funding, and piloting the Unite Us referral platform to increase service access. The second goal is to expand housing opportunities and incentivize and engage landlords to provide housing to low-income and homeless individuals and families. The Everyone Home goals for increasing housing access were 200 shelter beds by 2020, 200 new permanent supportive housing units by 2023, and 2,000 very low and low-income units either entitled or online in the pipeline by 2023. We've made strong progress on this goal in the past 2.5 years. We surpassed our goal by double in 2020 for the shelter crisis beds by bringing 402 shelter crisis beds online in 2020. 402 beds in 1 year during a pandemic. We have quadrupled the permanent supportive housing goal with 844 units of permanent supportive housing underway or completed. And we have an additional 425 units of low and very low income housing being developed or in the pipeline. In 2020, the city opened the Atlantic Bridge community in North Long Beach, purchased the Best Western Motel on Long Beach Boulevard with Project Home Key funding, and supported the Los Angeles County purchase and opening of Project Home Key sites, funded Motel 6 and Holiday Inn, which brought an additional 175 beds to our city. We continue to operate Project Room Key through August of 2021, which brings an additional 43 beds. In addition, we've issued 1,582 vouchers for a total of 9,375 bed nights. So our new nightly capacity at this time is 484 individuals and households each night.
Efforts to increase our housing access has resulted in the development or processing of 1,269 total supportive housing units, as well as low and very low income housing units. This figure includes 15 projects that have been completed throughout the city, with a yield of approximately 589 total housing units. Next slide, please. Also included in this figure are the preservation and rehabilitation efforts that have maintained 288 units in the city, 3 residential projects with 53 units currently under construction, and 5 development projects with 483 units that are approved or in the permitting process. We estimate that an additional 400 units will be processed in the near future under current funding sources. Next slide, please. Additional accomplishments aimed at increasing housing access include inclusionary housing and the no net loss ordinance, aimed at providing new affordable housing through new market rate development. The motel conversion ordinance creates avenues to increase supportive and rapid entry as well as transitional housing. The interim housing zoning code update expanded the locations of interim housing as well as various supportive housing types throughout the city. The amnesty ordinance provides a clear path to encourage the rehabilitation and preservation of unpermitted units. And the Mello ordinance updated policies for the replacement of affordable housing within the coastal zone. The U-Plan rezoning, which is a collaborative effort between the city and the North Long Beach community, established zoning to provide in part additional housing support. Next slide.
We continue to develop new housing opportunities. Through the Long Beach Recovery Act, and then next year, we anticipate opening a transition age shelter for youth ages 17 to 24 at our Navigation Center location on Hayes Avenue, as well as bringing 50 modular shelter units online. The Project Home Key sites are slated to be turned into permanent supportive housing in 2022, utilizing state funding, bringing an additional 217 permanent supportive housing units online.
Thank you. Notable policy efforts included the housing element, which will identify development opportunities to accommodate over 26,000 additional dwelling units throughout the city of various income levels. The housing element was released earlier this year. Community engagement continues, and the draft element will be brought to the council in the fourth quarter of this year. The Anaheim Corridor Zoning Implementation Plan will provide visioning and planning efforts for new zones that will implement the land use element and encourage housing production. Lastly, the Enhanced Density Bonus Program is designed to incentivize and facilitate the development of mixed-income multifamily housing by establishing development concessions in exchange for on-site affordable units. Next slide.
The third goal is to reduce homelessness. We reduce homelessness through prevention, early intervention, and reducing our chronic homeless population. The Homeless Services Division and its partners continue to make progress on this goal. The goal focuses on reducing people falling into homelessness to fewer than 1,500 annually, ensuring that if people fall into homelessness, they can be rehoused within 6 months, and that we have fewer than 350 chronically homeless people in Long Beach. The pandemic has slowed our progress in preventing homelessness. We currently are serving 1,200 new homeless households engaged with us, as well as we know that during the homeless count, there were nearly 1,000 people who were identified. So we know that there are more than 1,500 households currently that are falling into homelessness. New prevention resources are available, and we'll continue to work closely with partners to reduce the number falling into homelessness. We've made strong progress in moving people from temporary to permanent housing. At this time, 66% of households access housing in less than 6 months, and 74% of households with a child are accessing housing within 6 months. Reducing our chronically homeless population remains a challenge. The 2020 count found that we had 665 people who are chronically homeless. We continue to prioritize those who've been homeless for more than 2 years and seek to achieve this goal by 2023. These charts sort of provide a picture to what we were just discussing. What you'll see here is that in the chart on the left is that the chronically homeless population remains fairly stable, and that what we're seeing is that the new homeless is where we're seeing our increases. We continue to prioritize this population and work to build relationship and connection to services. The chart on the right shows the percent of households exiting to permanent housing over a year time frame and longer. And once again, 66% of adults and 74% of families with children exit into permanent housing within 6 months. People who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness have significantly longer experiences of homelessness. This chart here basically shows you that we've been fairly consistent in our ability to house people each year when we're talking about households. But because we've had the increase in resources in 2020, we have seen an increase, almost doubling, of the number of households that we've been able to house in 1 year. We continue to expand outreach and sheltering opportunities. We've moved forward with outreach on the weekends in high-impact neighborhoods and implemented the safe parking program with the ability to serve 13 each night. We are working now to identify an additional site and expand operations.
The LB Cares Rental Assistance Program provided up to $3,000 per household impacted by the pandemic. This program served 1,440 households in the city. The city also entered into an MOU with LA County to provide legal assistance for those experiencing tenant-landlord disputes. Policies to reduce homelessness included tenant assistance, including just cause termination, as well as the State Tenant Protection Act, which established provisions to protect tenants from evictions caused by the pandemic. The Senior and Disabled Security Deposit Assistance Program provides security deposit assistance of up to $3,000 to lower-income seniors and/or disabled households. Next slide.
The Housing Authority received 582 emergency housing vouchers this year for people experiencing homelessness. This is a great opportunity to provide permanent housing opportunities in existing housing across the city. Vouchers will be prioritized for those with the greatest need, and we've identified funding to provide case management to households receiving these vouchers to support their housing success.
The City Council elected to combine federal and state funds for a total of $64.4 million to provide rental assistance for those tenants impacted by the pandemic. So far, there are over 13,000 registered applicants, and we continue to process their requests. The city will be amending the MOU with the County of Los Angeles to expand the right to counsel program services to assist tenants facing evictions due to direct and indirect impacts from the pandemic and related economic impact. Next slide.
The fourth goal is focused on increasing employment opportunities for people at risk of or experiencing homelessness. Our goal was to create 600 new job opportunities for adults and 240 job opportunities for transition-age youth by 2021. At this time, the city has created 60 slots of supported employment, and we are in the planning for a transition-age youth program. During the pandemic, many jobs across the city were lost, and creating new opportunities was very difficult. Jobs programs with our partners continued, but at lower capacities during the pandemic. We continued to seek employment resources. The primary funding in the county is administered through the Los Angeles County Department of Workforce Development, Aging, and Community Services, otherwise known as WEDAX. WEDAX has 4 initiatives focused on employment supports for people experiencing homelessness across the county and is seeing large increases in funding. We are working to tap into those programs and resources to grow employment supports in the city of Long Beach. The Homeless Court Pilot, the other things that we have been doing this year is the Homeless Court Pilot, which hears current misdemeanors and works towards dismissal if persons are working with service provider, which expunges their past convictions and works to address current warrants that may be barriers to housing or employment. Pacific Gateway has co-located career counseling staff across the city at places like the Center for Health Equity in North Long Beach, as well as link housing sites such as the Spark and the Palace. Pacific Gateway has engaged in cross-agency case conferencing through the Long Beach Youth Services Network, addressing the housing, health, employment, and other needs of transition-age youth. In progress, as part of the Recovery Act, the Health Department is exploring partnerships with Economic Development and Public Works to create a social enterprise healthy foods market at the Atlantic Bridge Farm Shelter in North Long Beach, which would create a workforce development opportunity for transition-age youth experiencing homelessness, as well as providing access to healthy foods to the surrounding neighborhood. Pacific Gateway has reached out to the City of Long Beach Council of Business Associations, encouraging businesses to create employment opportunities for job seekers experiencing homelessness. We also continue to focus on our employment program through our state HAP funding and there are tax incentives, state tax incentives for hiring persons who are experiencing homelessness. The 5th goal is supporting families and children so that we know that we have strong families because we know they are essential to positive futures. We set out to establish 400 new child care slots for very low income and homeless parents by 2021. 200 were created prior to the pandemic, but we don't have a good sense of where things are now, given the pandemic's impact on early childhood providers. In 2018, the Health Department launched the Early Childhood Education Plan that outlined many goals and strategies to ensure our young children and families have opportunities for success. We continued to implement this plan that included creating opportunities for people experiencing homelessness. Also, nearly $1 million in CARES Act funding supported families and providers in the past year, and we will continue this work through the Recovery Act. In addition, we're creating housing opportunities as part of the previously discussed emergency vouchers. We are currently holding 100 vouchers for family with young children, as well as 60 for people being served by a victim service provider. Future opportunities include $1 billion in funding in the state budget to address family homelessness and $1.5 million set aside for early childhood supports in the Recovery Act. The sixth goal is focused on behavioral health and physical health services. This goal continues to be our most difficult to achieve given county focus and funding limitations. At this time, there are only 3 medical detox sites in LA County, and we have not identified substance use funds for a sobering center. We have continued to engage in conversations with the county around detox programs. However, Medi-Cal funding does not fund these at the same level as other services, and few providers are interested in opening these sites. The county has opened 14 new recuperative care beds in the city, but they serve not just the city of Long Beach, but all of LA County. Mechanisms for tracking hospital ER and discharge data are not currently available. Prior to the pandemic, there was a discharge planning collaborative that kept track of this, but they have not been meeting since the pandemic due to resourcing, and we anticipate that that will start back up in upcoming months. However, in the past year, we have implemented a number of programs to support the health and mental health of people experiencing homelessness. This includes partnering with UCLA to implement a mobile opiate and HIV STD testing and treatment pilot, conducting vaccination clinics at the MSC, shelters, and in encampments, placing registered nurses at various shelter sites, and placing a mental health clinician at the MSC to engage with people at the MSC. Moving into this year, we are implementing a number of new programs, including our new REACH program, with the mental health and public health nurses in the field, and additional alternative mental health crisis planning. We continue to partner and advocate with the Los Angeles Department of Mental Health and SAPC, the Substance Use Center, to increase mental health and substance use opportunities in Long Beach. Yet, this was not a key focus area of the county in the past year. Finally, the Recovery Act funds are providing an opportunity for mobile multi-service clinics to create greater access to services in the community. And our final goal is focused on developing population-specific housing opportunities and supports. There are many initiatives taking place to generate housing and supportive services for specific populations in Long Beach. To date, we funded rapid rehousing and homeless prevention services for youth, utilizing HEAP funds, state HEAP funds, launched a strategic plan for youth and emerging adults, and the Office of Youth Development. These efforts focus on upstream prevention of homelessness for our youth. The department is currently hiring a youth development manager as well as a reentry coordinator, funding a healthy aging coordinator, and establishing an older adult housing work group through the Healthy Aging Center, collaborating with Pacific Gateway and other providers to connect transition age youth to housing and supportive services, focusing on equity and homeless services, and partnering with the LA County Office of Diversion and Reentry for their co-location at the Multi-Service Center. There are ongoing challenges and needs that have come from the pandemic. The economic impacts of COVID-19 pandemic rapidly exacerbated existing affordable housing and homeless needs and service gaps. We've seen a real increase in the cost of real estate, which impacts housing affordability and production, as well as the city's ability to purchase and construct facilities without sacrificing direct services. We've had city staff focus. The city staff focus and prioritization has shifted due to the pandemic response. Hiring challenges have limited our capacity of the Homeless Services Bureau to quickly respond to emerging needs. The administration and location of mental health and substance use reentry services largely fall under LA County's jurisdiction, and their planning does not currently meet the needs for Long Beach. We've also had a lot of new and more flexible state funding, but they're almost all one-time funds, limiting the ability to fund ongoing supports and operations to support homeless services. The new Long Beach Recovery Act funds, which are approximately $11 million, will support the creation of multiple new programs, including two mobile MSC clinics that will be deployed throughout the community to improve services. the modular shelter program, the opening of a navigation center, which will have storage as well as 12 shelter beds for youth, outreach workers stationed at libraries throughout Long Beach, supported employment programs for youth, expansion of the safe parking program, and implementation of the REACH program. The REACH program launched the beginning of August. It is a mobile response team focused on urgent community requests and low-level nonviolent calls for service related to people experiencing homelessness. There are 2 teams. Each one has a public health nurse, a mental health clinician, and 2 outreach workers. We're also hiring 1 person to focus specifically on phones and field coordination. This really is an alternative response model focused on linking people to services, such as interim and permanent housing, mental and physical health services, case management, crisis intervention, and trauma-informed care. The REACH team is currently available 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. During the weekdays, and we'll be expanding that as additional resources are secured. At this time, it is early launch. We're piloting the proactive outreach in impacted areas and urgent requests. And in early September, we'll have live response to the MSC hotline, the version of low-level and nonviolent 911 calls for service with police and fire department handoffs. There's a large set of opportunities when it comes to funding. The enacted 2021 state budget provides about $10 billion towards housing and homelessness, reflecting the level of focus and support the state is providing to this important issue. The allocations listed here represent a variety of funding sources administered by different agencies, some of which are direct funding, while others are competitive grants or collaborations with the county. All of these represent opportunities to address the various root causes of homelessness. I don't plan to go through all of these, but you have them available to you to understand the large number and focus areas of funding available. We do know that you cannot address homelessness in our city with just city employees. This list represents a portion of our important partners in this work. It takes all of us working together toward the same goals. Your city and community-based teams thank you for your support in our efforts. I also want to give a big shout out to our homeless services team who kept the MSC open and have worked every day during the pandemic to ensure people experiencing homelessness feel supported, are housed, and can continue their progress toward housing. It has been a big year for our Homeless Services Now Bureau. So with that, it ends our presentation and we're open for questions.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, Mr. Vice Mayor. That was a comprehensive presentation. I know this is such a big topic for the council. We wanted to really show you kind of all the pieces. We're prepared to answer a lot of questions. I do want to underscore, while there's a lot of successes and you can see there's funding opportunities, the funding need is still incredibly great. Affordable housing is incredibly expensive to build. Long Beach has been a leader in that, but we need more and more resources. Every time we open up one of our shelters too, those take operation dollars to be able to run, not only purchase them and run them. So the team is very aggressive. They're looking for a lot of funding opportunities that are out there, but I do want to point out there is still a ways to go. We know that there's a crisis across the country. Long Beach is a model in reacting and responding and being very proactive as well as compassionate about dealing with people who are experiencing homelessness, but we know there is still a lot of work left to do. And with that, we're available for questions.
Thank you, Tom. So we'll take the conversation back behind the rail. I'll go ahead and start. First of all, thanks for acknowledging there's still a long way to go. But what you have here, I think you demonstrate incredible progress. Congratulations to you, our continuum of care, all of our partners on the incredible work that you presented today and your hard work over the past few years since adopting the Everyone Home plan. When we adopted this, we emphasized data and goals. And what you were able to present today was responses with data and metrics and goals, and that's and measurability, and that's important to highlight. We love to see that in plans because we can show to the public the benefit of having our own health department and our own continuum of care. We can control local outcomes on these issues. That's incredibly important. I think I'll highlight a few things, and then I have a question or two. I'm very happy to see a lot of the things here, particularly the expansion of temporary shelter beds. We had no idea we would be able to expand so much over the course of the past year. And I think the pandemic actually changed a lot of attitudes around not in my backyard sentiments. And you saw people, even with the temporary shelters during the pandemic, that popped up temporarily all across town prior to Project Home Key, you saw a complete change in that narrative. That's important to note. I'm very happy with the Atlantic Bridge community in North Long Beach. I'm very happy it was completed. The residents are happy with it. It's a great community. We can't get to the larger master plan fast enough, so we want to get to that so we can actually start talking about what the permanent site looks like. I'm happy to see the direct connection to racial equity. I think it's important. You know, we've learned a lot, and it's important that we make a connection. We know that homelessness disproportionately, it impacts everyone, but disproportionately impacts Black homeless. We know that. Black families are impacted to a significant degree. And if you go in with that awareness, then you know how to approach the issue with the right level of attention and cultural sensitivity to be able to address the issues. That's important. I love that you had a policy slide, Key. A lot of the homelessness issues and the poverty issues we have in our city are directly linked to policy, land policy. And the solution will have to be rooted in policy. And so you highlighted things like inclusionary housing, dwelling amnesty, our local land use plans like the Uptown Plan, motel conversions, and our housing element. The fact that in our land use element, we create the space for 26,000 units, that's actually above what our RENA requirement is important. And that's important for people to understand because within that RENA number, it's previous need, current need, and future need over the next decade for housing. All of that is built into that number. And we've already put forward a number and created the space within the city to surpass it. While other communities are really fighting and struggling to figure out how to deal with it, we were ahead of the ball, ahead of the curve. So that's really important to note. I love the highlight under Goal 4 around jobs and employment. I love the partnership at the new Ron Arias Health Equity Center soon to open. We love to see that. The social enterprise market with the Atlantic Bridge community that will employ individuals experiencing homelessness. I think that's important. And I also know that there's still much more to do. There are some threats, and one significant threat is growth. The social economic conditions globally are still creating a condition where people are still vulnerable. The vulnerability is still there, and people still slipping into homelessness. And so that moves our targets. It's hard to say this is our goal when the goal continues to grow. We're seeing this, residents see this manifest in the seams of life. You see them you see encampments that crop up on freeway on and off ramps and in the areas that are not even the responsibility of the city, but other agencies. But that's what our communities see. And those people certainly need help. So I think we're headed in the right direction with the partnerships that we're exploring with Caltrans and others. I think that's important. I think it's important to note it's going to be expensive to build affordable housing. We had, redevelopment years ago, $25 million a year would go into affordable housing production. We're nowhere close to that in terms of a subsidy. So we have to think outside the box. We have to continue to advocate for a dedicated source of revenue. I think one opportunity is SB 649. A lot comes out of Sacramento that may or may not be helpful as it relates to giving local cities the tools to make a difference. And I think this is one that will. And the City Council is going to have the discussion next week about supporting SB 649. And, a few other things. I think, we need to think about creating our own mental health department within the city. No other jurisdictions have done that and have contracted in from the county. And I would love to explore what it looks like to contract in mental health services. I think we need our own housing department to think about. It's something to talk about. And I think the REACH program, I think it's the fact that it's great that we're rolling it out. I think there's some questions, and I'll stop there, but I'll go ahead and ask a question on the REACH model. Walk me through a little bit how it works. I know it's a separate phone line than 911, but walk me through what happens if someone calls our regular emergency line 911. How would that be processed with the REACH model? If you could walk me through that, I think that would be helpful.
So they could call two different lines. So one, they could call the MSC directly and request support, so we would respond. Or they could call 911, and there are certain criteria for which 911 would transfer that line to the MSC to respond, or they would send out, depending the police or fire department, depending on what the call is about. And then once there, a situation may be stabilized to the point that the REACH team would then arrive and there would be a handoff opportunity at that point to continue to work with someone to engage them in additional services.
Okay, great. So it sounds like there's more than one way that people can call and access this REACH service or alternative crisis response. Okay, those are my comments. I'm going to go now to Councilwoman Mungo.
Thank you. I'm pushing the wrong button. Thank you. When you were talking about goal 4 of employing people, you discussed WDAX or WEDAX, the Workforce Development, Aging and Community Services Department, and the program that they have. We have our own workforce department, and typically when federal funds are allocated, we have our own allocation. Have we advocated for a similar apportionment for direct allocation to our own workforce development department of the homeless funding for employing people out of homelessness? I know that's more of a question.
There are
for Nick.
specific funds that WEDAX is receiving that is not federal funding.
Correct.
Right, so it's coming from the county funding and
Correct. And I'm asking if we're advocating to use the same federal formula. If LA County on the WEDAX side gets 40 million and we get 4 million, then if the county is receiving homeless funds in the amount of 4 million, then we would get equivalent.
I understand now. Thank you. I will have to, engage with, have the workforce discuss that opportunity.
So I'm really interested in having that discussion. Odo Solorzano, the director there, great individual, used to be my boss, and he was often really open to partnerships, especially regional ones that decentralized funding and gave other agencies the opportunity as long as we reported back on the systems that they're using to provide transparency through their dashboard. And I just see that as a huge opportunity for us to localize that workforce side that I just think is critical in getting individuals employed. I also want to thank our Economic Development Commission. I sat in on their meeting on Monday, and their discussions around different issues that help people stay off the brink of homelessness and fall into homelessness, and what economic factors that they can contribute to. I really think it's very thoughtful, and I appreciate that. I see an intersection between the Everyone Home and the Workforce Blueprint 2.0 that I see as being a really huge step. I also appreciate, this is a very comprehensive report, and I know we're doing so much. When we talked about the chronically homeless, I don't know if I can find the page quickly enough. It doesn't seem like we're making as much of an impact. And I think you'd stated how long a person is homeless to become chronically homeless. Could you remind me what that was?
Over 2 years.
Over 2 years. So is it that, how many chronically homeless individuals are we getting into housing annually?
I'm going to ask Paul Duncan, who's in the audience, if he has that number. We don't have a specific number.
Is it like a dozen, 2 dozen? I mean, we have 600 people who are chronically homeless, and that number's fluctuating a little bit, but I'm not clear what the inflow is and what the outflow is. And do we have a dashboard that demonstrates that?
We can bring that information forward, but I'm going to ask Paul to join us to help respond to that.
Good evening, council members. The large majority of the permanent supportive housing units that you see within that presentation are all prioritized to people that are experiencing chronic homelessness, as well as a number of resources that we get through HUD, through our Continuum of Care program. So we receive $10 million annually. About $6 million of that goes towards permanent supportive housing. So anytime there's a turnover in one of those units, they're also prioritized towards people that are experiencing chronic homelessness. So the majority of the people that we're housing that are single adults tend to be chronically homeless.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think that there's a lot of discussion in our community about how much do we spend on homelessness? It's not enough. I don't think people know how much it is. If you look at a $90 million number or a $40 million number, and then you take the homeless count of 1,800, 2,400, I mean, the different numbers year by year, and you spread that out, and then you add to it the additional resources that are provided by city departments that are really just embedded in the work that we do every day. I think it really speaks to the value of certain programs, and this was another discussion that was had at the Economic Development Commission, which is the universal basic income. And if the universal basic income could keep someone from falling into homelessness, how much it really saves the taxpayer in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilwoman Price.
Thank you very much. So thanks for that presentation. I really appreciate it. It has a lot of detail. I think it's safe to say that some of the increase that we've seen, increase of transient activity and homelessness that we've seen over the last year has a lot to do with the early release of certain populations without treatment, rehabilitation, once they're released from custody. Is that fair to say?
We are seeing that on the street, yes.
Do you know, are there any sort of, what organizations do we have available in the city of Long Beach that can meet people literally as they're leaving jail to provide them access to services or offer some sort of a, treatment program or reentry services?
So we currently have the jail clinician, right, so that is in jail now and who assesses and connects people to services as they're coming out. We have Tarzana Treatment Center, which also focuses with that population, but there's insufficient supports, certainly within the city of Long Beach and frankly all across LA County, in the ability to address the number of people who need mental health and substance use support.
That's unfortunate. What about in the area of nonprofits? I know in Orange County we have an amazing organization called Project Kinship. They work really closely with our healthcare agency. They're literally at the jail as people are released. They'll interface with everyone and at least give them the opportunity to connect. Is there any nonprofits like that that are active in that space? Not necessarily in Long Beach, but even in the county jail?
Yeah, we have a number of nonprofits that are focused. Measure H also pays for some jail inreach. It's more focused on the county jails than necessarily the city jails, but there are a number of nonprofits that are doing inreach to the jails. And then we have a number of nonprofits that are focused on our reentry population within Long Beach. The two organizations that are most active within that space, or there's three, are Lakota, Tarzana Treatment Center, and Ascent. So there are three nonprofits that we do work with and also partner with the city prosecutor's office in supporting and contracting to some of those agencies.
Okay, thank you for that information. That might be something that maybe we can do a study session on in the future, because I think the work that those organizations do is incredible and would be worth highlighting and replicating many times over. And while we're talking about incredible work, Paul, I just want to take a moment and thank you. You've just been a really noticeable force over at the Multicultural Center, and I will say that my team and I very much enjoy working with you and appreciate your responsiveness and understanding, kind of where we're coming from. It's always from a place of patience, not judgment, and help, and I really appreciate that, so thank you. In regards to the jail clinician, so we do still have a jail clinician in the jail in Long Beach, is that correct?
The program still exists, but I think during the pandemic, it's been not as much of a presence, but an opportunity, I think, more on online presence.
Okay, all right. In terms of the employment opportunities you talked about, I know that a number of years ago, that was one of the items I brought to council to start our homeless work pilot program. I'm curious, how is that program going? And is that something that we can consider turning into more of a permanent program moving forward?
Yeah, when we look at some of the workforce development programs that exist, there's a large focus on metrics, especially with the funding that comes from the federal level, and really making sure that people are getting to sustainable employment. And what we often see is a real hesitance to work with people that have been experiencing homelessness and maybe have been out of the workforce for a while, because the outcomes are often not as quite as high. So really looking at things around supported employment, where we're offering some financial assistance to take a chance on somebody and provide them an employment opportunity. And I think that's the one area that we've seen the largest impact, looking at employment-focused services for people experiencing homelessness. So we could definitely look at expanding more opportunities there.
That's great. I would very much support that. And then I know I'm out of time here, but just the final question. The REACH program is a replacement for the HEART program. I know the HEART program had to have some approvals from LA County DHS. Does the REACH program have, or am I mistaken on that? I just don't know what kind of approvals we need from the county.
The REACH program does not need any approvals.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Supernaw?
Thank you. I will also follow up on the REACH program. We featured that in our July 30th newsletter, and we included a link to your, I think it's July 22nd press release on that. And for folks reading our newsletter, it's a bit of a complicated formula, and so I guess I wanted to drill down a little bit on that. So fire will still respond to calls for persons experiencing homelessness. We know after 4:30 p.m. they will do that. But let's say during the day, will fire still respond to those calls? And then is there an interaction in the field with the REACH teams, or how do you see that actually working out there?
So when the calls come in, if it is an emergency, fire will always respond first. I mean, so if it's a health emergency and it's deemed a health emergency at the 911 call center. Other than that, the REACH team will be available, one, doing proactive outreach in communities and encampments and others, and addressing physical and mental health needs while they're there, as well as being responsive. So if someone calls the MSC and requests support, or calls 911, it's not deemed an emergency, then the multi-service center, the REACH team, would also go out. So it is a partnership. There will be handoffs in different ways. So it might be that police or fire responds first. Says, it's not an emergency, it's not critical. They'll hand them off to the REACH team to do further case management and other supports to try and eliminate the need to call 911 in the future. Or it may be that we go out and we determine that the REACH team needs additional supports and may call on fire or police to support in those situations. So it's an ongoing partnership for sure through that process, and the REACH team is available every day. At least during the weekdays until we have additional resources. We'll be on the weekends to be able to support the mental health and physical health needs of people.
Okay, and the REACH team itself with a county clinician, is that from the Met unit model? Same type of personnel working?
It's not a county clinician. It's someone that we have hired with. So this person works directly for us, and it's not through the county departments. So we've hired specifically two nurses and two public health nurses and two mental health clinicians that are hired directly through the city.
Okay, so you would have the same possible issue in the field if the Met unit is responding, and there could be a handoff from the Met unit to REACH?
Sorry, there could be, yes.
Okay. And just, I see the fire chief there. Do we have any monies, any funding coming in to address all of the fires that are happening in the areas of these encampments?
Thank you, Councilman. At this moment, no, there's no additional funding specifically for the fires that we are combating in the vegetation and all the other areas. We are realizing a great increase in fees as far as our firefighting foam and some of the other issues that we have to contend with.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilman Allen?
Thank you so much for that comprehensive presentation and just all that you and your team does in the community. I know you've been out there in my district, and I just feel like thank you isn't enough, but we sure appreciate it. We know that the programs that you are doing touches every aspect of lives, and I know for sure that we are a better city because of all your work, so thank you. I also wanted to say that I know that housing and employment opportunities are critically important to the community, and we need to make sure that we are redoubling our efforts on supporting employment and those experiencing homelessness, and we need to get roofs over their heads so they can pursue employment. I've said this before, and I'll keep saying this, but childcare is absolutely imperative and important. This pandemic has set a lot of people back, and we need to help kids, and we need to get their parents back to work. I know I have a lot of people, especially those businesses, they can't find employees, but it's really hard when folks don't have good childcare. I know that we've had several questions regarding the REACH team, and so I'm just trying to, just one further question, like what is the difference between the REACH team and the HEART team?
And I can ask the fire chief to speak a little bit more about some of the specifics of the HEART team. But the HEART team, they were available to respond. So if a call came in through 911, they may be dispatched to be able to respond to issues or to medical-related issues among the homeless population. And I think that they're paramedics.
Yeah, yeah, they are. Yeah, so if I can jump in here for just a sec. So the HEART team specifically, the mission of the HEART team was to enable the rest of our resources to be freed up. So the HEART team would monitor dispatch and then go out on these calls on typical calls that they thought might be dealing with the homeless or something that they could handle on their own. And they could upgrade or downgrade as they saw fit. And that would take calls off from our other apparatus, the engines and the rescues. That would free them up for additional calls, heart attacks, difficulty breathing, stuff like that. So that was the intent of the HEART team primarily.
And then the REACH team includes a mental health response as well. So it's not specific to that same level of, from dispatch as fire and the integration of the fire response. But the REACH team includes a public health nurse who has a lot of case management and other sorts of opportunities and engagement to be able to connect people to services, and then our mental health clinician that will be on site as well to be able to sort of maybe de-escalate certain situations, really to understand what the different issues are and to be able to connect people also to mental health and supports.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
If I might add, Councilwoman Allen, some of the additional things that the HEART team is doing currently. So Councilman Supernaw brought up all of the vegetation fires that we have. So we are currently using them to heat map the city, find where various encampments are, ingress and egress for our firefighting forces. They also, once we get rain, if we do get rain, they patrol the riverbanks, start to clear people out so that they're not in harm's way. So they're utility players for us, for the fire department.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Zendejas.
Thank you. Thank you for this great and very, very informative presentation. I think our city is doing a lot of good work to provide a large amount of support to our homeless crisis that we're in and that we're living today. One of my concerns often is that we as a city, I think, fall short of ensuring that our residents receive all the information and direct connections to all of the resources and projects that we have. Can I have staff explain maybe a little bit more on the outreach efforts with this initiative and how to ensure, what you're doing to ensure that this information is dispersed both in Spanish, English, and any other language that may be needed out there?
So we do work to make sure that our information is translated on the website so that you're able to access it in multiple languages. We do provide translation services on site for anybody that is in need of translation. We have a number of staff that speak Spanish, staff that speaks Khmer. But if somebody was in need of translation for another language, we do have access to supports for that, as well as people that may need sign language. So that is something that we continue to make sure is available and that we're utilizing when needed. As far as communicating out and being able to reach people, I think really in the slide we talked about Unite Us. That's an online platform that's really focused on, it's basically like a Yelp for for supportive services. So we're partnering with them and making sure that people know how to connect in with the agencies that are providing services and can even coordinate referrals to the best service provider to meet that need through an online platform. So that will be launching shortly. And then we have a number of efforts to increase our outreach, the incorporation of the mobile MSC clinics, so making sure that we're reaching throughout the community, that we're in the community, and finding people where they're at and engaging them through a number of different ways.
Thank you for that. Also, one more question. I know that we've been referring a lot to the REACH team, which is, great. One of the questions that I had, and you kind of touched upon it a little bit earlier, but who takes on those calls? Maybe you can clarify that a little bit for me. I know that in the past, from what I remember, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do remember that there was a dispatcher that was hired and to take those calls from the community instead of calling the 911 number, to be able to free up that number for other emergencies. So maybe you can touch a little bit upon that, please.
So we've had an outreach hotline for quite some time. It has not been staffed just due to capacity. So this will be the first time where we have a staff that is answering that live and being able to coordinate with a caller who's asking for a response. So right now, if somebody were to call that hotline, there's a message system. We check that multiple times a day. If the caller asks us for a call back to let them know the outcome, which is basically that we went out and we were able to engage, we will return the call. We do work to process those. Typically, we get to every call within 24 hours and being able to go out. Sometimes it does take 48 hours, just depending on the requests that are coming in. So this will be the first time that that's being answered live. We also have an email where a number of people also submit requests through email. So we try to get as many requests as we can through the community, as we want to get out and engage as many people as we can.
Councilmember, I think the model that you're referring to is we did pilot where we had a person from the multi-service center sitting in 911 dispatch, where the 911 dispatch could transfer calls to that person to have a discussion. But it wasn't a space where we would have someone to send out. It was more someone to answer questions and engage with those people who are calling. In this case, if someone calls 911, they will transfer, if it's the appropriate call, they will transfer it to the MSC and we'll take those calls.
Thank you. I know my time's up, but thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Austin.
Thank you, and I want to thank you for the very thorough report. I think there was maybe 45 slides on that. A lot of good information, and I think it speaks to the Long Beach and our city actually, investing and having a plan. the Everyone Home Task Force that was put together. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and all of those who served on that task force gave us some guidelines and framework and goals to achieve. I think in many respects we have we're definitely on the right track, especially when you think about just the shelter beds and transitional housing opportunities that have been created in the last just couple of years. I want to say that I think that when it comes to this issue of dealing with homelessness and unhoused, we need to maintain and continue to be flexible and adaptable with our programming and governance over this issue, because the resources are not unlimited, they're not abundant, and we don't have many opportunities to get it right? And so I want to caution us from, creating a program and being married to that being the only solution to fixing this issue. We need to continue to be adaptable, because I can assure you that the challenge that we face, those who are unhoused are not in a square box. We're going to have to move it, be able to move it around. And oftentimes I think I've been on this council long enough to see us create initiatives, and before we've even had the opportunity to assess, to determine whether that initiative is working, we've created a new one, and we start layering on top of initiatives. And so I want to be mindful that, that's something that I've been paying attention to, watching. I think in some respects we need to take a step back and allow the good work that this council, this community has supported to actually manifest, and then determine whether or not we need to do something extra. I just wanted to add those comments. Again, I do appreciate this report and look forward to the implementation. I did have one question related to goal number 4, employing people. There is a initiative in progress to hire a reentry coordinator. Can you explain a little bit about what that individual will be doing, the target population, the goals set forth particularly for that position? Because I think that reentry is an area of focus that we need to actually put as a priority. When you just look at the data coming from LA County and CDCR, we have a lot of folks that are reentering our community who will need these services.
So the reentry coordinator is actually being funded through the Racial Equity and Reconciliation Funding. It's part of that process within the violence prevention area at the health department. And so the goal, and the long-term goal, is to establish a sort of a one-stop shop for people who are reentering from incarcerated settings to support employment, housing, and many other things. Those resources have not yet been identified to go that far. So at this point, it's an individual who will be working closely with nonprofit organizations and others to start to build a more coordinated capacity to be able to serve people as they're exiting incarcerated settings.
All right, thank you. I'll be watching that process very carefully, because I think it's very important that we, like I said, we get it right. We don't have very many options and opportunities like we have right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Colopy and Mr. Orsi, for the presentation. Can you, I've heard this answered several times, but if you can answer it again, how many times does outreach get done to an individual before services is accepted?
So this is something that gets thrown around, and I don't know that it's the most impactful answer, truthfully. And it varies. 15 to 20 is what people say. However, that's kind of an averaging. So what we find is people either are willing to engage right away, or it takes a whole lot of times, more like 30, 40 times, if somebody is very hesitant for a number of reasons. We are working with people with a significant amount of trauma, a lot of disappointment within our social services as a whole throughout their life. So there's a number of different reasons why somebody might be hesitant to engage with us. So I think as Councilmember Austin kind of said, we need to look at various different approaches, not being married to any one particular approach, but that people have a wide range of different experiences and backgrounds. So creating programs that engage people in different ways and really making sure that each program really takes a trauma-informed lens to recognize people's histories, what they've gone through, and really recognizing and allowing that person to express from that viewpoint and not be reactive to it.
And that's why I really appreciate this slide 34, where the goal is to develop population-based service model. And I had hoped that maybe there would be a little bit more, but I do think that it really gets down to kind of what you're speaking about, ensuring that it's really addressing their individual experience and also situation that ranges not, from older adults to transition youth to LGBTQ, reentry, single parents, veterans, et cetera, right? I really love to see more of it being kind of flushed out. The other too is just with what you just shared. I know the team does so much work. The city staff does so much work. So, in the end of the day, how do we communicate to everyday people, residents, businesses that walk down our street or drive down our street, see people living on the street, or at least people who are unhoused, that that what we're doing is working? How do we communicate that to our residents, right? That is probably not reading this report or reading the numbers or understanding the statistics. How is that communicated that what we're doing is working?
As council member, so that is one area that when you are in direct service models, we often don't have the time and the capacity to do the level of communication that you're talking about, and we fully understand the importance of that. I'm happy to say that the health department now has a PIO, but our PIO has been heavily involved in COVID response lately and has not been able to create as much of the other kinds of conversations. We've had multiple conversations about campaigns, right, about sharing about all the work that we're doing and others, but that has been put on the back burner in the last year. That is something we will be focusing on moving forward, though.
Yeah, I hope we do prioritize that, because I think that it's really important that we share the different various work, and because there's so much money also invested in this, that it's so important we communicate all of the various approaches that has to be taken and needs to be taken. No further comment or question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mungo?
Thank you. So when we move from the HEART team to the REACH team, how will we have a consistency of data reporting? So currently, earlier this evening, the fire department replaced their data system, but that's a data system that the health department doesn't have access to. Or are we going to give them access? How do we track these calls and contacts longitudinally when we're changing our methodology? Perhaps you guys can work on that and get back to us.
Councilwoman Mungo, we haven't been asked for that data as of yet, but we are looking forward to sharing that data. We would like to see also if it's working and if it's not working, how we can get it to work better.
That would be great. And then I really appreciate the discussion around funding from the Measure H for all the different components of our city that have had increased costs, including you noted 200% increase in fires. I know LA City had a news show, and I think they talked about a 600%. I don't know if that was on Channel 7. And I think that perhaps there's an appropriate opportunity for some discussions amongst the fire chiefs to really come together and discuss the environmental and regional impacts. And then I know that Supervisor Barger had an agenda item related to clear outs on county property that would not take the standard 14 to 21 days when a brush fire risk is adjacent. And I don't know that we're really using that. I know I've talked with a few of my council colleagues about some of the issues we have related to the nature center. We've worked with PD, but those fires are still happening on a regular basis underneath those trees, and we've already had multiple fires. So being able to reimburse some foam from the funding, I think, is a reasonable request. And I think if we went in with a 3 or 4 agency approach, we might be successful. So I look forward to hearing what that might look like. And then also having a better system in place for identifying those risks more quickly and making sure that we don't have as many of those fires, because it's a dual impact. There's also a lot of risk to the individuals that are homeless when a fire breaks out. So let's get that process memorialized. Thank you.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And in fact, we have the Public Safety Committee meeting coming up at the end of the month, and that is the topic that we're going to be addressing from the fire department, because regionally, the fires have been growing exponentially, and we've spoken to some of the council members about all of these vegetation fires and how they're impacting us, our run load, our resources, and all the rest of that. So we do have our support services staff looking at ways to get reimbursement for that. And once we do, I'll get back to you with that information.
And I appreciate that. And I know that when the funding first became available, there was an effort at that time. And it just, we didn't have the volume that we have today. And I think a new day is here and we can make a new effort. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Urenga.
Thank you. And I also want to add my voice to the accomplishment of putting this report together. Very thorough, very informative. A lot of information here that I'm going to have to dive a little deeper into what they are. But there's 2 things that stand out to me in terms of some of your goals here. It's employ people and connect to health. I mean, those are important things. That's what I always hear when I'm out there in terms of why are these so many people homeless? What's going on? Well, they need a job. And some of those people also have some kind of mental health issue, whether it's substance abuse or just some other kind of diagnosis that they might have in terms of their mental health. So one thing that came out to here that I saw over here in slide 27 was that there's a homeless court pilot with the city prosecutor's office. What is that? Could you describe it for a little bit to me? What it is?
Sure. We've received some funding through the Janice Hahn's office, Supervisor Hahn's office, through the LA Community Development Agency. So that funding comes to the health department, and we are partnering with the city prosecutor's office. So we have a judge who joins us by video conferencing, and people can request to have their misdemeanor heard within that court. And basically the focus is on really making sure that people are getting connected into services and resolving issues that related to that legal issue that they're now facing. So that's the main focus. However, we partner with other aspects of the Los Angeles criminal justice system, including the county public defender has a program to focus on expungements. They come out to the homeless court as well. So we have met with over 10 people that are focusing on expunging past convictions. That way, when they're going to get employment, when they're working on housing, that's not showing up on their background check and potentially affecting their ability to access either of those. We also are able to clear warrants for a no-show and reissue that for a future court date, which might be at homeless court. We also have a number, LACADA does show up to provide additional case management, as well as we have a partnership with the county to have a probation officer at the multi-service center 20 hours a week. So people that are also on probation that may have a probation issue, they're able to check in at the multi-service center as well. So all of those are offered at our homeless court, which occurs on the 3rd Wednesday of each month. So we have done 2 so far. This month will be our 3rd.
how do they get that information? Is it because of some kind of contact that you probably had with one of the homeless person who says, I can't get a job because I have a record? Is that when you direct them towards the court?
Yeah, so it comes up in our conversations. We have also, there's been several press stories and presentations regarding this. So as we're out on outreach, engaging people around their legal needs, if people want to sign up for homeless court, there is a way to go on to the city prosecutor's site and sign up to have your case heard. They'll assess and then assign to that court.
The other part about connecting to health, you have here that there's an ongoing partnership and advocacy with the LA County Department of Health, Mental Health, to get some more substance abuse facilities in Long Beach. What requirements do you need to have, say, open up a mental health facility here in Long Beach? I know we have one. It's in my district. I support it because I think it's important. But is there another effort to open up another one? And what is the requirements, if any, to open up a mental health facility here?
Councilmember, the requirements are different for mental health and for substance use. So they're run by two. The LA County Department of Mental Health is a full department with a focus area, and then the substance abuse area actually lands within the public health department within LA County. They are, they focus primarily on the medicated and unfunded population, and those with high level needs. In terms of the substance use providers, they have to go through a licensing process at the state level, which is not easy. We're hearing it's quite complicated. The county does work with organizations who are interested to work them through that process and provide some guidelines. I don't know what the requirements are for the mental health side. We have the Behavioral Health Urgent Care Clinic, which is in your district, and then but there are many other mental health providers. One, DMH has a site that's near the health department that's a direct service provider, but they also fund many other nonprofits within the city of Long Beach around mental health services. So it's a real mix. And then so like the MHA, Mental Health America and others all have contracts with DMH to be able to provide those services.
Thank you. I know time is up, and we'll move on to the next member. If you want to queue up again, council member, if you need to. Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a big issue, and I had a lot to say, and I was looking at that 5-minute clock, but I want to go back and lift up, one or two points that I really want to talk about. First of all, glad to hear the health department has a PIO. It's pretty important at this moment that we're able to communicate out to the public during a pandemic. It's great to have a public health department. A lot of folks, a lot of cities don't have it. Now they're looking to Long Beach to say, what do we need to do it? One thing I mentioned earlier is having our own, like contracting in mental health services from the county. I'm gonna go back to that. I saw a presentation recently about the Trinity Mental Health Partnership. It's a 3-city JPA between Pomona, Laverne, and Claremont. And for the purposes of this JPA, they're independent. They, for the purposes of mental health funding from the state and for reimbursements from Medicare and Medi-Cal. The reason I think that's interesting is that we've seen the fact that we have our own health department and our own continuum of care, we've been able to amplify the amount of resources that we bring here to Long Beach for public health and for homelessness. And I think with the issues related to mental health in our communities, I think we have to explore what happens if we're fully in charge, not necessarily getting approvals from the county to be innovative or to invest more in mental health. And so I want to drive that home. I would love to explore, because you've done a great job here at Everyone Home with the Everyone Home report, but we certainly need to look at, moving past the partnerships we have and establishing our own independent mental health bureau or mental health department within our health department. What are your initial thoughts on this idea?
I think it's certainly something that we're willing to investigate along the way. We have had multiple conversations with DMH, and the funding mechanisms to be carved out. So there's only one city jurisdiction on their own that receives mental health funding. That's Berkeley. They started a long time ago, and they got their carve out of the all the state mental health funding. So I don't know what that approach looks like at a state level to be able to carve that out outside of the LA County piece, but it's something that we could look at what those steps would be, and we can report back.
Okay, I would love to see that, particularly because we have such a great track record of one of only 3 cities in the whole state with a health department. I think we have a good story to tell, and we should be thinking about being more entrepreneurial about, hey, we can handle it. If we give us the funding, it probably gets directly to the street faster, and we can locally control our own outreach around mental health. I think that's an idea that certainly demands some research. So thank you so much. The last thing that I kind of glossed over before, it's an idea that's come up time and time again, is we do a lot of housing in the city, and it's spread across 2 departments. Where are we with the conversation about unifying and having one housing department where there's one shared vision between the production of housing and the servicing of and the education around housing units? Is there an update on the feasibility of that, Mr. Modica?
It's an idea that we've talked about a little bit. I think that would come with some significant resources. So we kind of considered that if there was going to be a large investment, maybe by property owners or by the state or by others, where we really can create a department. Departments are wonderful and they really provide a service, but they require a lot of backbone infrastructure to do that. So that is something that if we were to get a large revenue source, we could certainly consider.
Thank you.
Is that all, Vice Mayor?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Sorrow.
Yes, I just have one more question. I was wondering, Ms. Colopy, if you can give an example of a call that 911 receives that would go straight to the REACH team, an example of a call that would go straight to fire that would go to fire instead of the REACH team.
So I can't remember what the exact designation offhand. It's like 647I or something like that. But it's termed in a way that probably is a little misleading. So I'll more just describe it. So somebody calls in and says somebody in my neighborhood is experiencing homelessness and I'm concerned about that. They'll ask a number of questions to make sure that there's no concern of safety or any illegal activity occurring. Like if somebody says this person looks suspicious, they'll ask a number of questions to kind of dig down of what does that mean? Is it just that you're concerned that this person is in your neighborhood? So no major concerns are identified. Those would be calls that normally would have been transferred to PD, will now be referred over to the REACH team. And then on fire.
Yeah, so there's a complete matrix that the dispatchers go through. And so if they determine in any way, shape, or form that it's medical in nature, then it will come to the fire department and we'll go out and evaluate the patient first. It becomes problematic when some of the callers are unable or unwilling to approach the patients, because at that point we can't really determine are they having a medical emergency or not. And so more often than not, the fire department is going to be rolling out on that type of response.
Thank you.
And Mayor Council, I would want to point out that HEART and REACH are very different. They're not a replacement. We're not replacing HEART with REACH. We're looking at a different service model. The HEART model was really a medical response model. It was an innovation that we didn't have at the time, and it was really designed to help lighten the load with our firefighters who were responding to these calls because there wasn't anyone else to go to those. As we look towards REACH, one was a budget reduction, but also it was to look at more of a case management model, and that really is the REACH model. It's an alternative to police, it's an alternative to fire. It's also a model where you have actual homeless outreach workers who can then do more of that kind of mobile connection to services, as well as mental health, as well as nursing. So they are very different. We're not looking at just taking firefighters and replacing them with nursing staff or health staff. It is a different model that we're looking to take the next level of innovation.
Thank you. Councilman Sarr, anything else?
No further question. Thank you. That was the only one.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was wondering what the status is of the bed app item that I brought to council a couple of years ago.
Councilmember, we started that process through the STIR process, as you'll remember, and through that process, what we found out was that the providers were not interested in participating. So a real-time bed app requires that the providers enter the information and engage with the app. And there was not a lot of interest. The team did reach out to a number of different providers and to others. So that was a key piece around the mental health and substance use space. We do have more insight around sheltering and the areas that we are funding through our other service provision models. So we've been looking more at stronger technology to connect people to services, unite us, and to other things. But the bed app conversation, there was not really any incentive because we don't fund the mental health and substance use providers and others to engage in that app with us. And so that piece of it has not moved forward.
So is that the difference between Long Beach and other cities that are using the real app, that other cities are directly funding into the providers and we're not?
I think that they may just have other providers in that space that they've been able to connect with or engage with, or they may be funding them to engage in those services moving forward. We did the initial outreach and there just wasn't an interest in Long Beach. We continue to watch and to pay attention and to look at other options to be able to connect people to services. We have very tight relationships with all of those providers in the city of Long Beach. And so through the case management and outreach and other connections, we do everything we can to connect them as quickly as possible.
Okay. And then in terms of the number of beds that we have available, do we have beds available on a daily basis if somebody wanted shelter?
That varies from day to day. We have a number of beds within Long Beach that have very specific criteria. So a lot of the times those beds are available. However, unless you're a veteran, unless you're experiencing or fleeing from domestic violence, those beds may not be available if you do not meet those characteristics. As far as our beds that are more general in access, it does vary. There are some days where we have a number of beds due to somebody leaving the shelter, moving into housing. There are other days where we might have no women's beds, we may have no men's beds. It just varies from time to time. As we're coming along, people that are vulnerable and are looking for a bed, if we don't have one available that night, we have been utilizing our motel vouchers to continue to engage that person and work with them until a bed does become available. So we do our best when people are looking for a bed to get them into a place immediately while we navigate towards an open bed.
Okay, and so how are our first responders who are tasked with enforcement able to determine whether or not there is availability for shelter space before choosing an enforcement action pursuant to Boise and Judge Carter directives and best practices that we have seen?
That's somewhat of a difficult conversation. I think it's much easier to do in the daytime. It becomes much more difficult in the evening time as our system just is not currently funded to operate 24/7. So just depending on time of the day, it can be really difficult to determine when a bed is available. We have a number of beds within our winter shelter program that are set aside for PD, as well as we do engage, and if somebody reaches out from enforcement or other community services looking for a bed for somebody and off hours, we will typically work and try to coordinate, but it can be difficult outside of our working hours.
And I do want to point out for the record that our homeless shelters are not full. We track that every single day. We're getting closer now, but throughout the pandemic, we've been at 60%. We have availability for motel vouchers. So when we are taking enforcement actions, we absolutely do have shelter beds available in our community. The data, we do wish sometimes we'd like to know exactly how many, but we definitely have them available when we take enforcement action.
And that's, thank you for clarifying that. I think that's really important because a lot of times the enforcement action is going to take place after hours because the law violation oftentimes is tied to the hour of the day. So if they're at a particular public park or the public beach that's closed at a certain time, the enforcement action would be based on the municipal code, which would necessitate it being after hours. So as long as I think our officers have that information of what resources they have available to them so that we can make sure that we're compliant, I think that's fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple questions also. I think all the comments have been really great, and I want to just start by thanking our health team. I think they've done obviously a great job. I know it's not just the health department, but it's all departments in the city are involved in the work of ensuring that we get as many people into housing as possible and really focus on ensuring that unhoused folks have all the resources they need. It is obviously a even more difficult situation that we're in because of the pandemic. And I just wanted to ask and also just uplift a few items in the report. One is, I think that having this update was great to kind of go through and see. I know I've had a chance to see the update, and I want to make sure that for a project and task force of this significance that we have updates around this issue, as often as possible, whether it's every year, whether it's every other year, but we need to check in, at least the council needs to, on this particular report. My other suggestion is the task force was made up of so many folks from across the community that I think it would also be great at some point, I know we have some restrictions because of the pandemic, but to bring that group together, whether it's virtually or whether it's at some point in person, and to have, just to give them a direct update, but also get additional feedback as to how they think we are doing and the progress that we're making within this report. I want to just uplift, I think, Ms. Colopy, I think you and the team have done and other members of the departments have done a great job, particularly on Project Home Key. I think it's been a huge success, not just to see our project, but the county partnership projects also have been phenomenal. And I've said I support more Project Home Key projects and developments. I hope that we're able, with this money coming down the pipeline right now from the state and the federal government, we need to add and purchase more hotels or motels and convert them to housing for people that are unhoused. And I think that is something that is, in my opinion, the biggest bang for our buck is to get a hold of these motels and hotels and convert them into housing. And so I'm really hoping that we're really putting our best foot forward. I know we have a list of maybe 3 or 4 other acquisitions that we would like, and I'm just very supportive of this and hope that we continue to push on these new housing opportunities. Let me also just say that while there's a lot of success in the report and a lot of success in the progress, where I think we just have to do better, I know it's not for a lack of trying, but I think I can't express how important it is to have detox and sobering centers available in our community. And I understand that sometimes that's a difficult conversation for some neighborhoods, or there's some I've talked to community members who don't like the idea, and I unfortunately just disagree with that. And I can't tell you that having a safe space for people that are suffering, that are sick, and that need help within our community is incredibly important. We are also just it's a plain resource issue. When we have paramedics or folks from our city having to take folks to a sobering center or a detox center that is in downtown Los Angeles, the amount of time that takes is costing us valuable resources versus being able to take someone to a sobering center or detox bed within our city. And so I just want to know that we are kind of all hands on deck on this issue, and that we are working with our partners in the healthcare space to identify these detox beds and sobering centers, and that we are a part of that acquisition. Is there any progress we are making here, or anything that we can assist with in this area?
I think that the easier of the two would be the sobering center. So it has far less restrictions, different funding mechanisms than others, and that is certainly something that we could be looking into more immediately in terms of access. We have been looking at a number of different locations just for various service models, and that would be something to look at. Medical detox is a much different conversation in terms of how it's funded through Medi-Cal, the systems that LA County has in place to fund those systems. They're expensive. There are only 3 in all of LA County, and they're very, very difficult to access. So that is something that we've had multiple conversations but made no progress. They just basically have said, look, the funding doesn't work that way, and no one is interested in providing that. So I think the first place would be the sobering center, and then we continue to push on a detox conversation.
Well, thank you, and I think we should look to all of our hospital partners as well across the city, our medical center partners. I think, Ms. Colopy, you're looking at is it 12 beds for the sobering center? Is that right?
It's the original conversations were 12 beds, yes.
I mean, and to start, it would be and so I just am hoping that we continue to push on that. So thank you for that. And then finally, I do hope at some point we can address the issue of services or access for 24/7 for people that need assistance and support. I know that there are some challenges there, but folks that are experiencing homelessness should be able to access the multi-service center every day of the week and past what are considered regular business hours. I know that is hard to do, but I just hope that we continue to push and that we open our services up and meet folks when they need the support, not necessarily when our traditional work hours are. And so those are just things that I want to uplift. But overall, quite frankly, you guys are doing an incredible job, the whole team at the health department. Thank you for this report and this work, and we look forward to meeting all those goals and challenges. Councilman Mungo.
Thank you. The mayor brings up some excellent points. I know that alternate destinations have not been a popular thing at the state level. If we wanted to transport to a detox bed, is it my understanding that that's currently not an available option for our fire department?
That's correct. That's not currently available to us. There have been pilot programs throughout the region. I don't know that there are any pilot programs going on at this point in time.
So the County of Los Angeles currently has a pilot program. It started during COVID, and on every EPCR, they have a tool where they can push a button and get a assessment from a medical doctor, whether it is either the medical director of the department, one of the 2 assistant doctors, or a physician's assistant that makes that assessment and then determines that transport would be allowed. And so it may be something we want to explore. It wasn't an expensive system, and they pay by the minute, so you don't have to load up a bunch of cash to do it. Their foundation actually fronted the money to start the program. And during COVID, when they were trying to not transport to hospitals, it was a tremendous resource to be able to go to urgent care, any of those other things, because while it is outside the scope of a paramedic, having the availability to do a virtual consult with a doctor became an amazing resource. I don't know if the funding would be available for this to do that, but great tool, and potentially mental health services or the county Quality and Productivity Commission would be interested in funding it, and I'd be happy to help.
Thank you. Definitely something we're going to look into. I'll get together with our medical director and we'll get through that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second. I don't believe there is public comment on this item. There's a motion and a second to receive and file the report, and please cast your votes.
Motion carried.
Thank you very much. We're now moving to the budget hearing continuation, please.
Budget hearing, item 9, report from financial management. Recommendation to conduct a budget hearing to receive and discuss an overview of the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Departments of Health and Human Services and Police, citywide.
Thank you. I'll turn this over to Mr. Modica. Now we're getting the presentation set up.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. This is our third budget presentation, as we enter budget season. You're going to hear from two really important and big departments tonight. You're going to hear from Health and Human Services, and you're going to hear from Police. And then next week, you're going to hear from, I believe, Economic Development, Fire, and I believe Civil Service, or that might be the following week. But I wanted to make some entry comments about what you're going to hear tonight. So you're going to hear a lot of accomplishments, a lot of opportunities and challenges, and a number of things that have happened. But I want to take us back about 1 year, almost 1 year exactly. Tomorrow is the 1-year anniversary of the Racial Reconciliation Plan. That was a monumental vote that we took as a body, and it was a culmination of a number of outreach that we heard from a variety of different groups about the importance of looking at things a little differently. Here we are 1 year later, and we heard a lot. For example, we heard we should have an alternative response program for homelessness and mental health. We just talked about the REACH program. That's been implemented. We heard a lot about health equity. You'll hear about us hiring a health equity manager and putting aside money towards health equity. We heard about alternate responses for incarceration of individuals, and you'll hear about our homeless court system and working with our prosecutor. We heard about the need for investing in youth, and you're going to hear about Measure US funding in youth. We heard about alternative mental health response models, and that effort is underway and funded by the Recovery Act that this council put funding towards. We heard about a reentry coordinator. That was funded last year and is included. We heard for the need to invest in our health department. We have done 250 new positions in our health department that are supporting COVID response. We heard about the need for PD to interact in not just an enforcement setting, but interact with our community, and you'll hear about our PD Neighborhood Walk program. We heard about the need to look at things differently from a reform perspective, from a policy perspective, and you'll hear about the department's, Police Department's Office of Constitutional Policing, their collaboration with the Office of Equity. We also heard about the need for an early intervention program for PD, and that is being implemented through a program called ePro you'll hear about tonight. We also heard about diversity mentoring and how important that was, and diversity hiring in our police department, and there's new enhancements there. And then, of course, civilianization of positions in police department and looking at non-sworn positions to do certain jobs. That is also included in our budget, and that was implemented last year. I just wanted to kind of pull some of those major themes together. Those are things we heard from the council and things we specifically talked about a year ago, and a lot of progress has been made. And with that, I will turn it over to Kelly Colopy, our Director of Health and Human Services.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. You'll probably be tired of my voice by the end of this evening. Thank you for this opportunity to present the many Health Department FY21 accomplishments and FY2 opportunities and challenges. The Health and Human Services Department launched a strategic plan earlier this year. Instead of providing a long list of the services we provide, I wanted to share these goals because all of our work aligns with moving these goals forward over the next 5 years. We seek to ensure people have the culturally competent healthcare and social supports they need to be healthy, that we have sufficient behavioral health services citywide to prevent and reduce mental illness, substance misuse, and trauma, that we prevent the spread of communicable diseases in Long Beach, and that people engage in healthy behaviors and have access to healthy foods, as well as safe and affordable opportunities for physical activity. We're also working to ensure permanent housing for people in Long Beach who are precariously housed or experiencing homelessness, that social and economic conditions are improved for people in Long Beach across their lifespans, that preventable deaths and injuries are reduced, that communities are safe from violence, and that people live in safe environments and are prepared for emergencies. We know this is not possible without a department workforce that is strong, resilient, and valued, and a centering of equity and trauma-informed practices. FY22 was even more busy than FY21. which is hard, is going to be even busier than FY21, which is hard to believe. And the department pushed forward important plans, technology, and services, while also distributing more than $10 million in CARES Act funding to support our communities and responding to a massive COVID surge and vaccine implementation. I'd like to ground us all in the fact that we've been working through the largest public health crisis of our time in the pandemic, as well as the declaration of racism as a public health crisis. Through all of this, your Health and Human Services Department, in partnership with our sister departments and community members, have been required to take on many roles and accomplish so much. I'd like to focus first on the COVID response. We began this work with a team of 10 people focused on public health emergency management and communicable disease response. We hired and trained more than 250 employees in the response so far. That in itself was a huge lift. We established nationally recognized testing and vaccine infrastructures, providing more than 4,000 tests in one day during the height of the surge and 6,000 vaccines in a day at the convention center. These efforts continue and expand and contract based on demand and COVID transmission. To create the greatest access to vaccine, we launched the mobile vaccine teams, which have now done more than 450 community clinics. We just moved into an expanded permanent distribution site to ensure the city and region have access to PPE and medical countermeasures. We established a Long Beach resource line and a COVID vaccine line. All in all, more than 30,000 calls have been answered and more than 60,000 emails. Environmental Health joined the vendor task force and educated more than 22,000 businesses and responded to 600 complaints related to COVID. And we established an internationally recognized vaccination program at the port for incoming international cargo ships. This program is ongoing. In the past year, we have launched a number of initiatives and plans, as well as a flavored tobacco ban. We launched an internal integrated system of care, which is a common intake and referral system to strengthen services for people engaging with the health department, to ensure a single intake to any of our programs, as well as connections to other services. We also launched the Unite Us platform as a basis for referrals from the resource line to the community. We launched the Department Strategic Plan and the Strategic Plan for Youth and Emerging Adults, and with that launched the Office of Youth Development and strengthened our violence prevention efforts. We also launched the Long Beach Advancing Peace Initiative, which envisions a city of Long Beach where everyone lives in safe communities, attends safe schools, and are contributing connecting to their community. They're working to develop and strengthen a community safety collaborative, a community-led steering committee, and neighborhood mobilization focused on neighborhood capacity, collaboration, and alignment of resources and services. They're holding 4 block-by-block neighborhood parties, and the first in Washington neighborhood had more than 200 people from the organizations and the community. And then earlier this year, we passed the flavored tobacco ban, which is a strong stand, and I'm very proud of the city for moving that forward. Through all of this, we maintained and expanded many services across our department, including, but certainly not limited to, HIV and STD testing and treatment, WIC and Black infant health, older adult supports, health education, and environmental health inspections, and approximately 30 other programs. The COVID pandemic certainly made meeting the needs of people experiencing homelessness more difficult. We've just had a long conversation about homelessness, and so I wanted to just to share with you that has been a big accomplishment for the city. We've continued to see MSC operations and outreach with more than 7,000 visits. We've already discussed the housing authority vouchers and the new sites. We were able to permanently house 637 people, even within the pandemic, and then supported housing for 6,900 households through the Housing Choice Voucher Program. We've implemented innovative models for homelessness as well, including the REACH program that we've just recently discussed. But we're also partnering with UCLA to offer a mobile opioid treatment and HIV and STD testing and treatment in Long Beach hotspots to address the intersection of homelessness and housing insecurity, intravenous drug use, and HIV and STD infection. This is a very cool opportunity, and we're looking forward to increasing different locations with this model. And then, as earlier discussed, we've launched the homeless drug court at the MSC in partnership with the city prosecutor. The CARES Act funding brought an incredible opportunity to support our communities most impacted by COVID. The department personnel had to be nimble and creative to find the best way to use these resources for maximum benefit. Through the health department portion of the funding, we fed thousands of people through meals and food distribution, supported families with young children through developmental and physical activity kits, diaper and formula supplies, and subsidized care. We launched a mental health awareness campaign where you can see posters all throughout Long Beach. And we provided approximately $1 million of services to both our Latino and Black communities for health education and outreach, mental health care packages, food distribution, and early childhood supplies. And we were able to provide services to more than 21,000 older adults through the resource line, food distribution, transportation, and care kits. We also funded peer navigation for ages 10 through 24, which focused on mentorship, peer-to-peer learning, and connection to mental health services. Direct services to 484 domestic violence survivors. We remediated 65 properties for hazards that exacerbate COVID and provided operational supports for 102 local nonprofits. That was a very busy 6 months. Our focus for FY22 continues to remain on pandemic response as we work to increase the number of people who are vaccinated and to ensure safety for our city, particularly in the face of the Delta variant-induced surge currently taking place. We're also focusing on strengthening our department's staffing and administrative capacity, technology, and building infrastructure. The increase in funding, staffing, and programming in the past year has put serious pressure on all of our systems, and we are working to ensure we can continue to prepare and respond. The Long Beach Recovery Act brings significant opportunity to engage with our community and to expand opportunities for youth development, violence prevention, basic needs, housing, food security, mental health, early childhood and older adult services, as well as people experiencing homelessness. Measure US also becomes available this year, providing approximately $900,000 for youth, including a youth fund to support community organizations, structural funding to support an older adult coordinator, and some grant writing and data support, much needed in a department that survives primarily off of grants. The various new funding opportunities also allow us to strengthen our health equity work, to work closely with our communities to build health and wellness. We are hiring a health equity manager as well as a number of coordinators to work specifically with communities most impacted by COVID, as well as launching Multicultural Health Council to bring communities together, develop integrated collective approaches to health and wellness. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic had the greatest impacts on our Latino and Black populations in terms of cases, hospitalizations, and deaths, as well as economic impacts. We will invest in Mi Vida Cuenta, Black Health Equity Collaborative Partners, as well as services, as well as focus on communities living in census tracts with the highest cases and lowest vaccine uptake. This health equity focus was called out in the Racial Equity and Reconciliation Report. In addition, we continue to focus on our goals outlined in that report. We're opening the Health Equity Center in North Long Beach in the next month. We're investing in Black health and Latino health equity. We've completed the Youth Strategic Plan and are opening the Office of Youth Development. We are strengthening violence prevention and reentry efforts through a number of programs and launching the REACH program, a model for alternative mental health response as we further develop alternative response models outside of the homeless population. The challenge is focused primarily on funding and capacity at this time. You hear about significant resources coming to the health department for pandemic response and community support. It is truly amazing what it is allowing us to do. However, these funds are only 2 to 3 year opportunities. Ongoing, sustainable core public health funding has not yet been made available through city, state, or federal channels. All core public health services in Long Beach are currently grant funded. Funding for programs outside of the pandemic response remain underfunded as need increases. The health department fund balance was depleted in the early days of COVID. It has not been backfilled by other funding, and we are not sure how FEMA will reimburse and by when. We continue to need a comprehensive public health infrastructure in Long Beach to focus on health promotion and disease prevention post-pandemic. The fragmented funding has made it difficult to sustain even highly effective programs past the initial grant-funded, often pilot stages. The demands this year have been extraordinary and exponential. The capacity to respond to meet expectation has truly been challenging, as well as the ability of our internal finance and HR systems to manage the grants and to hire quickly and maintain staff to meet the needs. We also are concerned because the social and health needs in our community continue to grow in this ongoing pandemic, and meeting these needs and challenges all of us in the city. The challenges I discussed, however, have brought incredible opportunities in the past year and continue into this year. The new funding provides unprecedented opportunity to engage with our communities in planning and services, strengthening relationships, services, and outcomes. We have hired more than 250 people to support the COVID response, nearly doubling the size of the health department's staff. We've strengthened health equity, provided much needed service to the community, and so much more. They've all jumped in and become strong stands for public health in our city. We have significantly increased homeless services funding, which will allow for new programs such as our mobile MSCs, increased outreach and case management, and additional housing opportunities, including the modular housing. And our resource and referral platforms will allow for better understanding of service availability and strengthen our ability to connect people to services they need. And finally, the opportunities for mental health campaigns to address stigma. The REACH team and partnering with the county to support alternative mental health response brings a new level of focus on mental health and access to care in our city. It has truly been an extraordinary year for public health in Long Beach and across our nation. I am so proud of our health department team and all they've accomplished and continue to accomplish as an organization and as partners to all of you in our work together. They continue to push and achieve every day, even as they have experienced long days, uncomfortable jobs, staffing challenges, fear, family losses, and ongoing change. Thank you for your support and understanding as we meet each new challenge and create new opportunities. And with that, I conclude my presentation, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you. We're actually going to do the full presentation first for all the departments, and then we'll go to the council.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Police Department is on their way out. Would you like to do both presentations and then questions? Okay, we will do that. Our Police Department will now present.
Thank you, Mr. Modica and Ms. Tatum. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Tonight, Assistant Chief Hebish and I will be providing our proposed FY22 budget presentation. As you are aware, the last year and a half has been tumultuous, not just in Long Beach, but across our country. We have focused on supporting the health and safety of our communities from the menace of COVID-19. The city has done a tremendous job of providing an unprecedented level of economic and community support to those most impacted. The men and women of the Long Beach Police Department are committed to serving our community and have demonstrated this commitment despite the risk to their own personal safety and well-being. In addition to the pandemic, we've also experienced unprecedented polarization and animosity towards law enforcement personnel. It is not easy to be a police officer, but the last year and a half has been particularly trying for our officers. I am proud to say that the men and women of the Long Beach Police Department did not avoid their duty to our community during this once-in-a-lifetime pandemic event. At great risk to their health, our employees reported to work every day, supporting the citywide response efforts, working with persons experiencing homelessness, which we've heard a lot about in the last hour or so, and mental illness, and addressing spikes in violent crime. I cannot say enough about the dedication, resilience, and adaptability of our employees. We have made advancements over the past several years towards becoming more transparent and data-driven, and we will continue to pursue this goal with unwavering focus, integrity, and fortitude. Our department is committed to increased engagement, a sensible review of our practices and culture to ensure our principles reflect those of our community, and proactively re-envisioning processes that would benefit from change. These practices will ensure good policing that is professional, empathetic, and constitutional. That is what our community wants and deserves, and we will provide it. Before I jump into the budget discussion, I want to take a moment to thank you, the mayor, you, the city council, and our city manager for their prudent use of the federal safety recovery funds to provide for a pause from budget reductions in FY22 and for the Measure A funding that continues to support our community. Although there are no major budget reductions in FY22, the police department will not become complacent. We will address the many upstream factors that have created an environment ripe for increased crime and gun violence, specifically by prohibitive possessors. I'd now like to turn some of this presentation over to Assistant Chief Wally Hebish to go over our core services and accomplishments.
Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Honorable Mayor and Council members. The Police Department provides a variety of public safety services in our community. Our core services include responding to 911 emergencies and calls for service 24 hours a day and 7 days a week, conducting criminal investigations and providing victim support, working with local, state, and federal partners on homeland security, which includes protecting major critical infrastructure throughout our city, contracting in services with the port, airport, Metro A-Line, and Long Beach Transit, and collaborating with multiple city departments and other partners to address violent crime, support city efforts, and assist with persons experiencing homelessness or mental illness through various alternative response models, such as our MET detail, our quality of life teams, and an integrated medical response. We also continue providing current services while the city and county explore alternative response models for persons experiencing homelessness and alternatives to incarceration. We spend countless service hours focused on issues associated with homelessness. As mentioned, we also provide investigative services and resource information for victims of crime. Our detectives receive specialized training in trauma-informed and victim-centered investigations, enhancing their ability to serve as victim advocates. In addition, we work very closely with our nonprofit partners, and we're collaborating and we're currently onboarding the Trauma Intervention Program known as TIP to provide support to emotionally traumatized community members after critical incidents. I'd also like to mention that none of this work would be possible without the support of our amazing professional staff. This next slide highlights some statistics that exemplify the great work of our employees. Our officers average over 1,600 contacts per day, which includes responding to an average of 590 calls for service daily. While modifying our operations in response to recent challenges, we still managed to keep our response time to Priority 1 calls for service as one of the best in the nation at less than 5 minutes. However, our Priority 2 and 3 response times have increased. Like many major cities, Long Beach began 2021 with a significant increase in violent crime. In January this year, firearm assaults increased 280% compared to January of 2020. Here you see the results of the hard work our employees have been doing. Although firearm assaults are up 53% citywide year to date, we are now seeing a downward trend in firearm assaults. July data shows a 33% reduction in shootings as compared to January of this year. Our officers have worked tirelessly to impact the illegal possession of firearms and have already seized over 631 guns. 105 of those are known as ghost guns, self-assembled firearms often made by parts ordered online. We've made over 352 firearm-related arrests. 209 of those have been for prohibited possessors. That's a 62% increase compared to the same time last year. As we continue into the second half of 2021, we're committed to working to prevent nationwide trends in violence from becoming normalized. Here's an example of some of our social media posts highlighting the Neighborhood Walks program and our coordinated response team. Two initiatives which have been designed to help us work with our community to impact violent crime. Both programs require community engagement and neighborhood awareness regarding our public safety efforts. Earnest community engagement builds trust and legitimacy. This is fundamental to strengthening the connection between officers and the community we serve. In FY21, we created the Office of Constitutional Policing, OCP. This office ensures the department meets community public safety concerns through a forward-looking analysis of current policies, procedures, and training. OCP works collaboratively with the Office of Equity on initiatives associated with building greater public trust and strengthening relationships through increased responsiveness, transparency, and accountability. As part of the department's ongoing commitment to community engagement, we created a community advisory committee to assist in policy review and creation. This committee provides input on department policies that impact community police interactions. Through OCP, we've also conducted training on the use of our early intervention program, known as EI Pro. All sworn supervisors are able to use EI Pro to enhance their recognition of behavior patterns when employees have been involved in a higher than average number of key performance indicators. Supervisors are trained to conduct detailed reviews and mentoring sessions to modify behavior and improve performance. You'll also see here on this slide the many institutions we are partnering with to ensure we are in line with best practices and community expectations. These partnerships include the Center for Policing Equity, Harvard, USC, Rand, Georgetown University, and Long Beach State. In addition, ensuring we are delivering on our promise of constitutional policing, we need to safeguard the physical and psychological well-being of our employees. With the assistance of Counseling Team International, we are doing just that. We're working to expand counseling services to include a peer support program for both our sworn and professional staff. And we've applied for grant funding to help with this effort. At this point, I'd like to turn the presentation back over to Chief Luna to talk about our FY22 focus. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Assistant Chief. Although there were few budgetary changes for FY22, there are still important things taking place within the police department. I will highlight only a few, and then move on to the work that we will be doing with the Long Beach Safety Recovery Fund allocation. In FY22, we will continue to focus on onboarding civilian positions. In addition, we will be enhancing proactive connection-based recruitment, retention, and advancement efforts by setting aside funds for a diversity recruitment, mentorship, and partnership program. With the help of our partners in the Civil Service Department, we hope to recruit for and hold 2 50-person police academies in FY22. Ideally, we would start the first academy sometime in the fall. Furthermore, we will continue our focus on technology in FY22 with more efficient systems like a new records management system, e-citations, and recruitment, and scheduling technology. In addition to programs funded through our operating budget, I am grateful for the additional investments in public safety and violence prevention, which is being provided through the Long Beach Safety Recovery Plan. These funds will provide for both upstream and downstream violence prevention and crime reduction activities. Here, you will see some initiatives that will continue to impact violent crime and strengthen relationships in our community throughout FY22, including a new training program to support accountability. As a police chief, I am ever vigilant and aware of the challenges not only facing our department, but other police departments across our nation. Higher crime rates than we have seen in many years, lower staffing due to prior budget reductions, and higher attrition and recruitment challenges equate to fewer resources to respond to and investigate crime and homeless challenges. In addition, changes in the criminal justice system have led some habitual offenders not being held accountable for violent crimes or serious felony property crimes. To address these challenges, we are reprioritizing and taking positions from other areas of our department in attempt to reconcile the demand and community expectations with our current resources. Our department experienced high attrition of sworn personnel in FY21 and will experience numerous retirements and separations this year as well. There is a lot of speculation as to the cause of the recent increases in the level of attrition. There are no simple answers. It's a tough job that is heavily scrutinized and criticized. The continuous disparagement of the police negatively impacts our ability to hire a workforce that accurately represents the demographics of our city. Unfunded legislative mandates pose additional challenges for law enforcement. I'm not opposed to making changes in our department to enhance transparency, accountability, and trust, but there should be funding behind it. Most of our department budget is dedicated to sworn staffing who respond to the needs of our community, leaving limited staffing for administrative support, transparency, and other accountability functions. Even with all these challenges, I still believe that being a police officer is the greatest job in the world. I wouldn't trade a day of it. And I know that a career with the Long Beach Police Department will be just as rewarding for new officers as it has been for me. Despite the many challenges we face today, our department is hopeful for new opportunities in FY22. We are a nimble department that has been able to pivot and handle all the challenges thrown at us since FY20, and I believe we will continue to do so in FY22. Our proposed budget and the allocation from the Long Beach Safety Recovery Plan will allow us to continue to reduce crime while engaging our community through various programs. We will also continue to work with community organizations and youth at a level we have not had an opportunity to do so since the Great Recession. We look forward to developing new strategies that promote connections between patrol officers and the community that they serve. Again, I would like to thank the Mayor and City Council for the Measure A funding to build a new training facility. We hope to break ground in FY22. Lastly, we commit to the continuous hiring of diverse recruit classes and placing special emphasis on candidates who align with the values of our community. In closing, I want to thank the men and women of the Long Beach Police Department, who I am proud to serve alongside every day. Because of their service and dedication, I am confident that we will build on our existing strengths and knowledge while continuing to learn and improve. We will continue to analyze data to identify root causes of crime and focus on community policing, sincere engagement, and community and officer wellness. Our dedication to fair, just, and equitable policing will allow us to continue making advancements towards realizing our vision of a safe city for all by achieving our mission of public safety through partnerships. And with that, I thank you. I know we're going to answer questions between the health department and police department, but just we talk about diversity and we talk about all our efforts of diversity. And if you look at this table here in front of you, I'm the first Hispanic chief in the history of the police department. I have one of the highest ranking Muslim American police executives in the entire country of the United States, and the assistant chief. And sitting next to him is Bureau Chief Jalissa Jose Murray, who is basically our bureau manager, our finance chief. Look at our faces. When we talk about diversity, we're not just talking about it, we are diversity. We are the people who are making decisions for this police department. And that's counter to a narrative that's out there that we don't do that. So with that, we'll turn it over to all of you, and I look forward to all your questions.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate both presentations. Unless there's any objection, we're going to do public comment first. There's a significant amount of public comment, so we want to get through the public comment. And then I'll turn it over to the council for comment. So, Madam Clerk.
Can I have the first 5 speakers approach the podium, starting with Karen Risai, Maurice Coleman, Giovanna Ferrero, Maggie Collins, and Audrina Redmond. Please line up.
Thank you for those detailed presentations. But listening to the presentations, Karen Reside, I'm representing Long Beach Gray Panthers. We do education and advocacy on older adult issues, and we're part of the People's Budget Coalition. Half an FTE for 22% of the population, that's ridiculous. This is what we're being given. Does our city really care about seniors? That's why we're asking for $2 million. Cynthia Howell has done a phenomenal job in getting a group of us going on older adult issues. She has to have funding to update the plan for seniors. We don't really have a plan. It was done 10 years ago, doesn't include the baby boomers. I mean, are we really going to continue to ignore older adults? We took most of the death burdens during the pandemic. We're actually still under stay-at-home orders. There's a lot of us missing tonight because too many were afraid to go out because of the Delta variant. There's a lot of things moving in a positive direction. We just want to be included in the positive movement. I don't think that's too much to ask. We pay most of the taxes. We have most of the wealth in the city. And it's like we're not being paid attention to in the budget. And for the police department, you're too expensive. And you don't really do anything for older people. So it's time that we look at different ways. And you need to address older adult needs and issues. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Magic Collins. I'm part of Be Well Collaborative in Long Beach. And for me, I don't get the whole campaign on we're nice guys. I understand, I see your humanity. Like, we don't have to do the campaign. And for what we've gone through, the community has done nothing but showed their strength as they've created food drives, they've fed the public, they've fought to house the homeless. We don't have to campaign that we're kind. We know we're human beings. That's why we're here. Everybody here right now, we're here to fight for something that's real. We don't have to campaign that things are working in the streets. If we empower the leaders, they will tell the truth. They will tell everybody that it's working. We don't have to campaign on that. Disproportionately, African Americans are the homeless, the impacted with violence. Violence has already been normalized. Substance addiction, spousal abuse, mental illness, trauma, watching loved ones pass, foster care system, food, apartheid, compounded medical issues, militarized police force. The African American community, this is a mental health emergency.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Giovanna?
Hi. Thank you all for being here. And I just want to make sure that one thing is discussed in these presentations. I understand you're giving us information. You're giving us statistical information. You're giving us the hope that you want to relay. You're not discussing racism. You're not discussing classism. This is the core. I don't know why that's not being talked about. I understand you need to give us information. Thank you for that. I'm not saying y'all aren't doing anything. It's not enough when it comes to this. It's just not. You look at that budget, 1%, the smallest piece of the pie should be the biggest piece of the pie. It's not enough. You got people out here. These are your constituents. We know what we're talking about because we have experiences with you on this side in your uniforms. And those experiences are very real. The accountability and lack of diversity. And Chief Luna, I can't get over the comment the day of the protests and what happened in downtown. This poor man has his young girl on his shoulders, this black man. And your comment and quote is, he should have been arrested for child endangerment.
Thank you. Your time is up. We have Maggie Collins, Audrina Redmond, Pamela Fields, Tessa Cole, Kenny Allen. Please line up at the poll. Maggie Collins, Audrina Redmond, Pamela Fields, Tessa Cole.
Remember him, Chief Luna? My name is Pamela Fields. I'm the mother of Dante Jordan, who was killed by Long Beach Police Department on November 10th, 2013. This budget is ridiculous. What about mental health? What about putting that money into the communities? You guys don't live in our community. You don't see what's going on. You go on back home where you live at, where it's all plush and everything, and you come down in our communities to rob, kill, and destroy mostly. So where's the money gonna go to? Why do you guys get a big chunk of the money? What about the aftermath after you kill our children? Nobody offered me any counseling and nothing. Nobody even told me my son was dead for a long time. And it wasn't no police officer that told me. I had to find it out in the streets. You guys ought to be ashamed of yourself. You shoot first and you lie later.
Please approach the podium.
Hi, my name is Tessa. I'm a resident of District 3. I'm here to express my support, along with all my friends here, for the priorities outlined in the people's budget. I recognize that we have seen some marginal shifts in budget priorities, some of them hard-won, but they are wildly insufficient for the realities we're facing. I mean, we just heard so much today about housing, reentry programs, health programs, and so much more. They could all use this funding. And it's heartbreaking to hear our own health department leaders tell us that there isn't enough funding over and over again for these programs. And Long Beach PD sits here with almost half the city budget. And we heard some great ideas mentioned here tonight, but our budget doesn't reflect what we need. Having the police continue to play roles way outside their job description and training is not part of the solution, it's part of the problem. If you want to prevent crime and you want to bring our city into a successful future, you need to embrace the priorities in the people's budget and support health and support care, not cops. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Kenny Allen. I live in the 2nd District of Long Beach, and I'm here to echo the voice of the community in asking that you adopt the people's budget demands, specifically to reduce the police department budget by $65 million and reinvest that in our community. The city manager prefaced this budget hearing by listing what he thinks are examples of the city listening and responding to community concerns. Clearly, you've misheard us. We have not been asking for better police training, more police diversity, or more constitutional methods of policing. Those things are not the problem. The problem is the dramatic and unprecedented expansion and intensity of policing in the last 40 years, a fundamental shift of the role of police in society. The problem is the police themselves. Here's your second chance to listen. We're not asking for more equitable policing. We are asking for our money back. $65 million. That is what we are asking for. Do not mishear us again. Thank you.
We have Yuri H., Miss Dell, Laura H., and Yamalet. Please line up. As a reminder, please keep your mask on while speaking at the podium.
Hi everyone, my name is Jamilet and I'm a community organizer with the Long Beach Immigrants' Rights Coalition. I want to slow down for just a minute and consider the fact that we are listening to a presentation by the very same department who will benefit in funding by using these scare tactics of crime. Unfortunately, ultimately, police are violence workers. Their response to violence is more violence or threat of violence. This means police contact and police resources automatically means violence because cops add their own violence to them already what's happening in the mix. So, as Tamara Knopper says, instead of being violence preventer, cops are violence promoters. The evidence that police stop people from killing each other is weaker than many people previously thought, while the evidence of police killing people is strong. The statistics presented by the Long Beach Police Department today consider shoplifting out of necessity to be a crime. But what about the theft of funding from our communities that is being given to policing? To me, that sounds like theft. We're asking for funding to be given to community programs like the ones listed on the People's Budget's demand. Defund the police by at least 25% and give funding to the programs that meet our community needs.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hola, buenas tardes, noches. Mi nombre es Vanessa Herrera y pertenezco a la Coalición de Derechos del Inmigrante de Long Beach. Estoy aquí para solicitar del Concilio de la Ciudad acepte un presupuesto del pueblo y que limite un 25% al Departamento de Policía, de Tecnología y Vigilancia. Y ese 25% sea destinado a programas de desarrollo integral para nuestros jóvenes y un fondo de alivio para toda nuestra comunidad inmigrante que ha sido muy afectada por la pandemia y que creo que ha sido un poco rechazada en ese sentido. No hemos tenido gran apoyo por parte del concilio. De antemano les doy las gracias por escucharme y tomar en cuenta nuestra voz como comunidad inmigrante.
¿Me podría repetir la primera parte brevemente?
Ok. Hola, buenas tardes.
Adelante.
Mi nombre es Vanessa Herrera.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Herrera.
Soy parte de la Coalición de Derechos del Inmigrante.
I'm part from the Coalition of Immigrant Rights of Long Beach.
Estoy aquí para solicitar del concilio.
I'm here to request this council
acepte del presupuesto del pueblo
to accept the people's budget,
el 25% del Departamento de Policía,
asking for a reduction of 25% from the police department.
Ese 25% sea destinado
and for that 25% to be destined
a desarrollo integral para jóvenes,
for a global development for the youth
de nuestra comunidad,
in our community,
y un fondo de alivio
and a relief budget or fund
para toda nuestra comunidad inmigrante
for the entire immigrant community
de esta ciudad
in this city
que ha sido afectada por esta pandemia.
that has been greatly affected by this pandemic.
De antemano, muchas gracias.
So thank you very much
por tomar en cuenta nuestra voz
for taking into account our voice
y nuestras peticiones.
and our requests.
Gracias.
Thank you.
I have a public comment on behalf of a community member who had to leave because there was no childcare here available. Can I read her comment?
Was it someone that's already signed up?
Yes.
So who is it for?
It's for Laura Herrera.
Okay, well, that's, Laura Herrera was called, so please go ahead.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Laura Herrera. Is there interpretation?
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Herrera.
Y soy parte de la coalición de derechos de inmigrantes de Long Beach.
I am part of the Coalition for Immigrant Rights of Long Beach.
Y estoy aquí para ser escuchada y demandar que el Concilio de la Ciudad
And I'm here to be heard and to demand, ask this council
que baje el presupuesto de la policía por el 25%.
to bring down the police budget on a 25% reduction.
El presupuesto de la policía ya está usando sus fondos adquiriendo tecnología cara que causa cosas para violar los derechos de los inmigrantes de nuestra comunidad.
The police is already using part of the budget to acquire technology that is really something that is breaking all immigrant rights in this city.
Estar compartiendo la información con los agentes de ICE puede utilizar parte de estos fondos para, en vez de usar esta tecnología para compartir información con los agentes de ICE, pueden utilizar estos fondos para ayudar a los programas que estamos pidiendo.
So instead of using this technology to exchange information with ICE, they should use this funding in order to help with programs that help the immigrants in this city.
Por ejemplo, la creación de centros de ayuda para nuestros ancianos en los cuales se pueden ayudar.
For example, the creation of centers for help for our elder.
Para poder obtener ayudas extentes, así como también puedan realizar diversas actividades para mantenerse saludable física y mentalmente.
To help the elderly to access the resources that already exist, to promote activity that will help them get a better health and a better physical condition.
Ayúdenos para poder ayudar a los vulnerables y en estos tiempos de la pandemia en toda manera a través de cómo están navegando el Internet. Gracias por escuchar a nuestras necesidades. Espero que lo tomen en consideración.
And to help the entire community in order for them to be able to access all these resources during the pandemic on the Internet. And thank you for listening to all our voices.
Can I have the next five please line up? Karina, Evelyn Garcia, Iris Rodriguez, Elizabeth and Griselda Soto. Karina, Evelyn Garcia, Iris Rodriguez, Elizabeth and Griselda Soto. Karina.
Hello. Hi, members of the council. My name is Karina. I'm a community organizer with the Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition. Last year during the uprisings, many cities, including Long Beach, vowed to implement structural changes and deemed racism a public health crisis. Today, I call on you, Mayor Garcia, and all you council members and the city manager to allocate funds towards programs that actually help communities recover from the pandemic instead of funding the police department with millions of dollars. Additionally, police funding will only increase violence in our communities and fill up our jails and prisons with people of color. Police don't stop violence, no matter how big their budgets are. What the real question you should be asking is, what are the root causes of these inequities, this inequality, and what can Long Beach do to help our community thrive? I urge you to please divest from police and invest in programs that establish rental housing divisions, support youth recovery, fully fund the right to counsel, and language access.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Evelyn García.
Good evening. My name is Evelyn Garcia.
Soy parte de la Coalición de Derechos de Inmigrantes de Long Beach
I am part of the Coalition for Immigrant Rights of Long Beach.
y estoy aquí para demandar que el Concilio de Long Beach acepte el presupuesto del pueblo y desembolse a la policía.
And I am here to ask the City Council to support a reduction of the budget for the police.
Y también para pedirles que la policía deje de usar tecnologías para perseguir e intimidar a nuestra comunidad inmigrante.
And also to reduce the budget for the police to stop using technology that is oppressing and harassing our immigrant community in the city of Long Beach.
Ya que para mí es inseguro e incómodo caminar por las calles sabiendo que la policía me está vigilando.
For me, it's very unsafe and uncomfortable walking around Long Beach knowing that the police is keeping an eye on me.
Pido un alto al uso de tecnologías como de reconocimiento facial, lectores automáticos de placas, entre otros.
And I asked for the stoppage of the use of technology for facial recognition and also for license plates reading technology.
Desembolsemos a la policía y apoyemos a los inquilinos que han sido afectados por la pandemia.
So defund the police and let's help the tenants that have been affected by the pandemic.
Y que están a punto de ser desalojados por falta de dinero y por causa del COVID no pueden trabajar.
And they are about to be evicted due to the lack of money and because of COVID, they couldn't work.
Y también apoyemos a diferentes programas para nuestros jóvenes y para un futuro mejor para ellos.
And also let's work on more programs, different programs that will support our youth and better programs for them, for their future.
Muchas gracias por darme la oportunidad de hacer mi comentario y espero que lo tomen en cuenta.
So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to offer my comment and for taking me into account.
Ya que para mí esto es sumamente importante para apoyar a la comunidad indocumentada. Gracias.
And for me, this is very important in order to support the documented community. Thank you very much.
Muy buenas noches. Mi nombre es Iris y soy parte de la Coalición de Derechos de Inmigrantes.
My name is Iris, and I am part of the Coalition for Immigrants' Rights.
Estoy aquí para pedir al Concilio de Long Beach que tome en cuenta mi comentario y es desembolsar a la policía.
I am here to ask the City Council of Long Beach to defund the police and to listen to my comments.
Para que ese porcentaje pueda ser usado en fondos para programas del presupuesto de Long Beach.
And for that, the funding to be able to be used for different programs inside the budget in the city of Long Beach.
Les pido terminar de usar los lectores automáticos de placas. Eso, en vez de hacernos sentir seguridad, crea más pánico.
I ask you to stop using the license plate readers. Instead of creating more safety, that creates more panic among the community members.
Ya que se ha sabido que la policía ha compartido información con ICE recientemente en este año.
Since we know that the police has been sharing that information with ICE during this year.
Por experiencia propia, mi vecino tuvo un accidente y fue arrestado.
According to my own experience, a neighbor had an accident and he was arrested.
Pocas semanas después, ICE tocó a su puerta, mostrando su información más una fotografía incorrecta. ¿Cómo me pueden explicar eso?
ICE knocked on his door, showing information and the wrong picture. How can you explain that to me?
Es por eso que también quiero que se termine de usar la tecnología de reconocimiento facial. Eso es para mí racista.
And that is also why I ask you to stop using facial recognition technology, because that is basically racist.
Les pido que se les quite el 25% y lo inviertan en otros programas como acceso al idioma y fondo a la asistencia financiera para los inmigrantes.
And I ask you to defund the police on 25%. To bring resources for judicial assistance or legal assistance, language assistance, and other services in the city.
De antemano, les agradezco muchísimo que me hayan permitido estar aquí y hayan escuchado mi comentario. Que pasen todos excelente noche.
And first of all, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak to you, and I wish you all have a very good evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Mi nombre es Elizabeth González.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Gonzalez.
Soy residente de Long Beach y pertenezco al Distrito 1.
I am a resident, a neighbor from Long Beach, and I belong to District 1.
Soy parte de la Coalición de los Derechos de los Inmigrantes.
I'm also a member of the Coalition for Immigrant Rights.
Estoy aquí para pedir al Concilio de Long Beach que acepte el presupuesto del pueblo y demás programas y recursos a la comunidad inmigrante.
I am here to ask the City Council of Long Beach to accept the people's budget and to offer more resources and programs to the immigrant community.
Y que desembolse a la policía.
And to defund the police.
Y apoye la recuperación de la juventud.
And to support the recovery of our youth.
Que reconsidere las necesidades de la comunidad.
To reconsider the needs of the community.
Y que dé apoyo para invertir en programas
and to support investment in programs
en las bibliotecas públicas con tecnología avanzada,
programs in the public libraries with advanced technology,
centros de tutorías, centros comunitarios,
tutoring centers, community centers,
centros de ayuda con terapia y salud mental,
mental health and therapy centers,
centros de rehabilitación de drogadicción y de alcohol,
rehabilitation centers for drug addiction and alcoholism,
para que todos puedan obtener la ayuda sin importar su estatus migratorio,
for everyone to obtain help regardless of their immigration status.
Ayudar a la juventud en cualquier ámbito es bueno y de gran provecho, porque de ellos depende el futuro.
And helping the youth is good at any level because on them relies our future.
Queremos el bienestar social en nuestros hijos.
We want social well-being of our children.
Que tengan oportunidades de sobrevivir y de salir adelante.
We want them to have the opportunity to survive and strive.
Que no sean monitoreados ni recriminados como delincuentes.
Not to be monitored and harassed as criminals.
Que reciban el apoyo y la confianza de la policía por igual.
For them to receive the trust and support from the police equally.
Y que no discriminen por su color o por sus rasgos étnicos.
And not to be discriminated based on their ethnicity or race.
Queremos una policía justa, sin tecnologías avanzadas, que dé confianza, que no dé temor.
We want a fair police without complicated and sophisticated technology that gives us fear and mistrust.
Confiando en que se tomará en cuenta mi comentario, agradezco a todos. Buenas noches.
Hoping that my comment is going to be taken into account, thank you very much.
Hola, buenas noches. Soy Griselda y soy residente y parte de la Coalición de Derechos de Inmigrantes de Long Beach.
Hello, good evening. I am Griselda, and I am a resident and also a member of the Coalition for Immigrant Rights of Long Beach.
Estoy aquí presente para demandar que el Concilio de Long Beach
I am here to ask the City Council
acepte el presupuesto del pueblo y desembolse a la policía.
to accept the budget, the people's budget, and defund the police.
Estoy en contra del uso de la tecnología de reconocimiento facial.
I am against the technology for facial recognition.
Termine de usar lectores automáticos de placas que afectan a nuestra comunidad inmigrante y a nuestros jóvenes.
Also to stop using the license plate readers that affect mostly our youth and our community.
Estoy aquí para abogar por la división de vivienda de alquiler.
I am here to advocate also for the division of housing for rent.
ya que yo también he sido afectada y aún más con esta pandemia.
Since I've been affected by that, and I am also a victim of the pandemic.
Estamos perdiendo nuestros hogares por falta de pago de renta.
We're losing our houses, our homes, because we cannot pay the rent.
Necesitamos viviendas aceptables para nuestra comunidad.
We need acceptable housing for our own communities.
Gracias por escucharme y espero que tomen en cuenta
And thanks for listening to me and for taking this into account, I hope.
y apoyen a nuestra comunidad,
And I hope you can support our community.
que es la más vulnerable.
That is the most vulnerable.
Gracias y que Dios los bendiga siempre.
Thank you, and God bless you all.
Can I have the next five please line up? Lupita V, Jose Goza, Danielle Riniolo, Victor Sanchez, Camila Holmes. Lupita, Jose, Danielle, Victor, and Camila. Please approach the podium.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Lupita Uribe. Soy parte de la comunidad de derechos de inmigrantes de Long Beach.
Hello, good evening. My name is Lupita Uribe, and I am a member of the Council for Immigrant Rights of Long Beach.
Estoy aquí para pedir que el Concilio de Long Beach acepte el presupuesto del pueblo y no utilice programas como el de reconocimiento facial o lectores automáticos de placas, entre otros.
I am here to request this Honorable Council of Long Beach to accept the people's budget and also to stop using facial recognition software and also license plate recognition software, among other things.
Esta tecnología invade nuestra privacidad, es racista y no mantiene a nuestras comunidades saludables.
This kind of technology is an invasion of privacy, it is racist, and it doesn't protect our communities.
Desembolsen a la policía y den fondos a programas para adultos mayores.
Defund the police and use this funding for programs, adult programs.
Como soy un adulto mayor, me siento vulnerable y me gustaría sentir que servicios para nosotros son prioridad.
And because I am an older adult, I feel vulnerable, and many like me feel the same way, so we need more programs in this community.
Gracias por escucharme y espero sea tomada en cuenta mi voz y se tome un paso adelante y por el apoyo a nuestra comunidad. Muchas gracias. Buenas noches.
And thank you for listening to me and for allowing me to speak up. And I hope we move forward with these ideas. And thank you very much. Have a very good evening.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, it's good to see you again. Victor Sanchez, the Project Director of the Long Beach Coalition for Good Jobs in a Healthy Community. I just wanted to say, unfortunately, we had a few members and workers actually that were here that had to leave home early because they work very early. And I regret that this item was moved so late because of that. And there are a lot of members whose names have been called that have not been able to give testimony that I wish they would have. So I just wanted to acknowledge that before I give my remarks. I will say that our coalition has had about 1,200 conversations the last 3 months with all renters in Long Beach, and two things really stood out. 98% of them believe that more is needed on behalf of the city with regards to rent relief and resources to fight illegal eviction notices that continue to make in front of them. 97% of those respondents believe that there should be greater investment in social programs and direct relief for marginalized communities rather than increasing the budget for the LBPD. And this pandemic has only worsened the pressure these families are facing. And so we're asking that you reallocate money from the LBPD to address the root causes that a lot of these families are having to deal with during this time. Specifically, the housing needs that are mentioned in the People's Budget, the Community Land Trust investment, the full funding of the Right to Counsel program, and the creation of a housing department, specifically that can liaise with landlords and tenants. So again, I ask that you adopt the People's Budget. Thank you very much.
Danielle Ridiolo, Camila Holmes, Magdalia Prieta, Jane Alfonso, Mary Doan.
Good evening. My name is Camila, and I have been a resident of Long Beach since '93 and a 6th District resident for about 20 years. The following is my assessment of some of the community needs and what I think should be prioritized in the budget over Long Beach Police Department, based on my own observations. What I do see that there is not enough housing services, mental health services, and health services. And this has been mirrored in the previous presentations today. From downtown to North Long Beach, you can see a steady landscape that evidences an unreasonably large population of houseless people. Tents line the river and increasingly our streets. People are walking around, often clearly in some sort of mental distress. We need resources for them. We need the health department to be fully funded. We need resources for our children. I was happy to see that Parks and Recs set up some mobile recreation programs some months ago. We need more of that. We need more resources for our libraries. The libraries play such a vital role in the city, especially in lower income neighborhoods. In normal times, they provide tutoring or just a place to go, internet for those who don't have it, job resources, other educational resources, and the list goes on and on. The library should not have to do private fundraising to run their stellar beneficial programs, while Long Beach Police Department hogs most of the city budget.
Your time is up. Next speaker, please.
I'm Jane Afonso, and I'm chair of the Justice and Peace Committee of the South Coast Interfaith Council, and I represent hundreds of faith leaders in both the Interfaith Council and Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. And I'm asking you to pass the people's budget. Faith communities share the values of justice, including economic justice and peace, love of neighbor and care of neighbor, and privileging the most vulnerable. Imagine a budget that prioritized people and not police, and prioritized the most marginalized. You've seen that we need to invest in housing and health, seniors and youth, not police. A budget is a moral document. It's a spiritual document. Long Beach can invest in equity and care, not fear and scarcity. The people's budget reflects the structural changes and economic justice that reallocates assets to Black lives, undocumented, other people of color, and all marginalized communities. Mayor Garcia suggested that Long Beach could be a model for housing policy. Why not pass a model budget? Faith leaders, we will continue to pray for you as you deliberate on passing a people's budget. Thank you.
Buenas noches.
Good evening.
Mi nombre es Magdalia Pereira. Estoy aquí para que escuchen las necesidades de la comunidad de aquí de Long Beach.
I am Magdalia Pereira, and I am here to tell you about the needs in the Long Beach community.
¿Me puedes cerrar el micrófono? ¿Pones bajo un poquito?
Thank you.
Lo primero que se necesita recursos para lugares más seguros donde los papás y mamás solteras puedan dejar a sus hijos seguros mientras que ellos trabajan.
One thing that we need first is safe places for our single parents to be able to drop their children while they're going to work.
Y que sean accesibles para ellos.
And for those spaces to be affordable.
Y también necesitamos más ayuda para las personas de la tercera edad, como lugares más seguros donde ellos puedan estar seguros mientras que su familia trabaja, o personas que viven solas.
And also we need help for places for the elderly to feel safe while their children are working.
Que tengan rentas accesibles para que ellos puedan pagar lo que ellos, como ellos puedan.
And for them to have affordable rent in order for them to be able to live anywhere they really can live.
Porque no toda la gente cuenta con la ayuda de gobierno.
Because not everyone can get access to government help.
Y también para que ellos puedan tener más actividades para los jóvenes y niños que no estén en la calle rayando paredes o haciendo drogas.
And also to have more activities for children and the youth to keep them away from the streets, from doing graffiti and getting into trouble.
Pues ellos son el futuro de este país.
They are the future of this country.
Y por último, sería muy bueno, más que nada, educar más al personal de la policía, que para poder confiar en ellos y no tenerles miedo cuando hay una emergencia en casa, estar seguros que van a llegar a ayudar y no a llegar a disparar a las personas con problemas mentales o de drogas.
And also to train the police department, to teach them so we can trust them and not have fear. Every time there is an emergency, we should be able to trust them and not have fear that they're going to come with violence and shoot people, even people with mental issues.
Deben de educarlos más porque tienen que saber cómo actuar con esos casos, educándolos más con el problema.
So the police should be better trained in order to learn and know what to do in those cases when they face that kind of situation.
Para que sean parte de la solución y no aumentar el problema.
For them to be part of the solution and not to increase the problem.
Ese es mi punto de vista y espero lo tomen en cuenta y muchas gracias.
That is my point of view and I hope you take it into account. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
De nada, señor.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia and council members. Good to see you all. My name is Mary Young. I am a pastor and a faith-rooted organizer with Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice, also known as CLU. And today I represent hundreds of faith leaders connected through CLU to ask our city council and mayor to adopt the people's budget to ensure safety and health for our community in Long Beach. We want our city to be safe and free from violence, then we need to stop using violence to end violence. Because we cannot expect to stop the fire by using more fire. And so we need more resources of care if we want a healthy city. And I know that all of you want that for our community. And I love Long Beach because our community here is strong and compassionate. We take care of one another, and you see that through this pandemic year. So if our city gives more resources to our community by divesting funding from the police department, our community can protect and take care of one another well. So this is a sustainable way to ensure public safety and public health. In particular, we need more investment to address the housing crisis in Long Beach as we talk about this tonight. Just a 2% cut in the police budget could fully fund a tenant right to counsel program that could provide legal defense and protection for 1,700 families, which would prevent homelessness. So this is a great opportunity for our city council to take bold leadership and to lead with the values of care and equity. Thank you.
Margarita Valenzuela, Sithi, Gabby, Vicky, Tahisha Knapp Christensen.
Good evening, Mayor and council members, city manager, and city staff. My name is Margarita Valenzuela, and I'm an organizer with the Long Beach Coalition for Good Jobs and Healthy Community. We are calling on Mayor Garcia and all 9 city council members and the city manager to adopt the people's budget for fiscal year 2022 and structurally reform the city budget process to enable earlier and deeper participation for marginalized communities who are most impacted budget decisions. We believe Black Lives Matter and all our communities cannot wait any longer. We demand support legal representation for immigrants by boosting funding to the Long Beach Justice Fund to privilege free universal legal representation to immigrant residents facing deportation. I have personally spoken to community who continue to struggle to find the resources they need to stay in Long Beach. Expanding the Justice Fund will only help more families who are struggling because of the pandemic. We ask you to support the demands of the people's budget. Thank you.
First off, I want to say thank you, Mayor Garcia and council members, for your time. My name is City Ben, and I am part of the Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition. I'm here to express to the Long Beach City Council members why it's important to defund the police and adopt the people's budget. Does the police department really need more money? No. I heard one of the reasons to build a more diverse police force, and that is not in keeping our communities healthy. To keep our community healthy, we need to invest in it. We need to invest in the community. We need to defund the police for no less than 25% and give it to programs that will keep the community healthy, adopt the people's budget, which is needed. There are other programs like housing assistance, providing legal counsel, and providing funds for immigrant communities. I am an impacted immigrant, and I'm letting you know right now that the community needs the fund, not the police. So let us defund the police department and use it for the people's budget, use it to reinvest in the communities, the marginalized communities, the communities of color. Thank you for listening, and I hope and pray that you will take steps to support our community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Gabi Hernandez, and I'm the Executive Director for the Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition, a member organization of the People's Budget Long Beach. First, I want to thank the Council for investing in the Justice Fund, allocating additional money from the American Rescue Plan to make this program better. The immigrant community in Long Beach deserve this. However, I also want to express my frustration and disappointment in seeing the proposed increase in funding for the police department. This now means we're spending over $700,000 a year, a day in policing. Again, $700,000 a day in policing. Rather than focusing on the root causes of increased violence and economic crisis, skyrocketing gun sales, and an increased pressure on communities already pushed to the brink of survival, the symptoms being used to justify pouring more money and more resources into policing instead of community-based safety strategies. Cops do not keep us safe, nor do they stop violence. The best way to reduce violence and increase safety is to increase access to healthcare, housing, mental health care, education, sustainable and living wages, and community care, connection, and programs. It's time to recognize that decades of pouring more money, resources, and legitimacy into policing in an effort to increase safety have failed. Because policing is functioning as it is intended to do, which is to contain, control, and criminalize Black and brown communities, rather than—
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Vicky, and I am the Rapid Response Coordinator for the Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition. I'm here today alongside my community to demand that the City Council defund the proposed police budget by at least 25% and invest those funds back into the people's budget. 25% of the police budget is $65 million. Imagine what this money can do for a community. Imagine this money invested into affordable housing. As the Rapid Response Coordinator, I had the opportunity to coordinate the Undocu Fund, a fund made up of private donations, not federal, not state, and not city, but private donations. Do you want to know what the biggest need from those applicants were? Rent. I ask, how in the middle of a pandemic did the city offer so little rent relief to our communities who needed it most? Again, imagine the support the city can provide to families if we defund the police and reallocate those funds to community. I also heard today that there is a concern about community members that are chronically homeless. I want to ask how many council members have actually talked to members of our community that are unhoused. If you had, you'd understand that it's not just about getting a roof over someone's head or placing someone in a hotel room as Project Home Key does. If you've ever spoken to an unhoused community member, you know that they're just trying to survive the day. So we need to invest in programs like mental health care, detox, food, and direct cash assistance. Again, police by at least 20.
Tahisha Knapp Christensen, Elliot Ramirez, Jesse Alco, Abraham Zavala, Antoine, and Vanessa, please line up. Tahisha, Elliot, Jesse, Abraham, Ann and Vanessa.
Hello, good evening. My name is Vanessa, and I am part of the Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition. Today, I'm demanding that the Long Beach City Council defund the police and adopt the people's budget. The police department does not need any more money. Instead, we should be investing in the community. Investing in the community helps decrease crime. Investing in the police department creates fear in our community. They use technology that targets minority communities. Although the police department says that they do not share information with immigration customs informants, we know that the contractors create license plate readers and facial recognition that is shared with them. I ask why the police needs such a huge chunk of funding for tools that have been proven to be racist, abusive, invasive, and efficient. Long Beach is a wonderful city that prides itself on being friendly and diverse. And let's invest more into our communities to create safe and a welcoming place for everyone by investing in education, childcare, and affordable housing by defunding the police. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Abraham Zavala. I'm a community organizer with Long Beach Residents Empowered. We're part of the People's Budget as well, the People's Budget Coalition. Just to talk a little bit more about what we're asking, right? We're asking the reallocation of funds to already overly funded department to put that into a lot of the things that we need in our communities. So just to give a picture, right? When we say to meet the gap of what's being proposed already for the rental housing division, right? To meet those gaps, right? It would be the not investing in 11 more cops on the street, right? To think about what it would take to meet the gap for right to counsel, the right for tenants to have someone to defend them in eviction court and things like that. Not investing in 33 more police officers would help you meet that gap to fully fund the right to counsel program. And lastly, the idea of ownership, right? Ownership in our communities, community land trusts, the ability to create permanently affordable housing while allowing low-income residents to build generational wealth as homeowners, not investing in 27 cops and investing fully, right, in CLT, that's the amount we're talking for. So it's possible. It's possible to reimagine how we allocate wealth, money, into our communities. And on those 3 points, I wanted to just speak on that. As myself. I also like to make comment on behalf of Jesse whenever possible. Should I do that now? Or yes, Mayor, should I? Jesse Alcala is in here, but I wanted to say something on his behalf as well.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do it. Typically, the council rules people have to be here, but it's okay. I'm going to let you go ahead and do it. So just please be
sure.
judicious.
It'll be 2 people off the list,
Go ahead.
Jesse and Eli. So Eli is a street vendor. He also wanted to be here tonight to talk about the idea of law enforcement, right? Recently, street vendors have been given misdemeanors. And as you all might know, SB 946, a state law, explicitly prohibits the criminalization of street vendors. Yet the health department and the Long Beach Police Department have threatened street vendors with misdemeanors. So he wanted to talk about that, his ability to feel fear to go out and street vend, knowing that would cost them the ability to pay rent, which leads back to the idea of what we're talking about now, right? The idea of rental defense and all these things. So I just want to illustrate, there are so many things that when we talk about reallocation of money, right, giving folks the opportunity to have a legal counsel can make such a huge impact. So he wanted to come here today and also talk about that in general comment and also for this piece. So thank you.
We have Eden, Elsa Tang, James Wazel, Kevin Jorger, Tina True, and Marlene Alvarado.
Good evening to everyone in attendance. My name is Edine, and I'm a community member here to support the people's budget. Heavily policing our communities does not prevent crime. Healing and care prevents crime. And as a city, we have to invest in the betterment of our community, not fund more policing to lock up our community members. We must move forward today to make sure that we create stronger, productive, and safer communities, and this begins by funding the request of the people and not law enforcement. My first interaction with law enforcement occurred when I was 8 years old. My pregnant mother and I, alongside my family, were removed from our home at gunpoint. My second and third interaction occurred when I was 10 and then 11 years old. And just like the first one, me and my family were removed from our homes at gunpoint, all on a mistaken identity and all before the age of 12. For the last 17 years of my life to present day today, I have been on some kind of police supervision. And it's absurd to see that we rather fund law enforcement than to actually allocate some of the money to our underserved communities to things like housing, mental health, and social workers. It is also disappointing that as a teenager, I had more contact with police officers than I did with youth centers and resources, and this will be the norm if we continue to allocate a majority of our funding to policing. I urge you today to adopt the people's budget, and I ask the law enforcement and the police departments to really serve, but I mean really serve and protect.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. You are being distributed the people's budget that has been referred to so many times tonight. My name is Elsa Tung, 7th District resident, member of the People's Budget Coalition. So we know that 83% of the LBPD budget goes towards compensating the city's more than 850 cops. We know that according to our analysis of Transparent California data, the average total compensation for an LBPD officer is about $215,000 a year. So knowing all this, let's do some simple math. Removing just 33 cops would fully fund the Tenant Right to Counsel program. Removing just 27 cops would fully fund the establishment of a community land trust for permanently affordable housing. Removing just 20 cops would fully fund youth recovery, especially for transitional aged and disengaged youth. Removing just 15 cops would fully fund the city's language access policy. Removing just 11 cops would fully fund a rental housing division. Removing just 10 cops would fully fund the Health and Aging Center in the Health Department. Removing cops would allow for the exponential expansion of the Health Department's REACH team we all heard about earlier tonight. Council members, Long Beach needs care, not cops. Let's divest from harm, invest in healing, defund LPBT by at least 25% and adopt the people's budget. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marlene Alvarado. I'm with District 1. I'm here to support the people's budget. I know you guys have tried to do a lot of stuff in social programming. I saw what you told us about, but you're always crying about, you're always saying there's not enough money. I really do think and believe and know that we need to divest the money from the police in order to reinvest in our communities. It will really increase better. It will really increase the access and help that people need. And once again, when the majority of our money goes to the police departments, like 42%, let's look at it. It is basically a police state. We are paying more money to the police, and it really is a police state when you're not putting enough money into social programs and education and all that. So please fund the people's budget. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Kevin Yeager, District 1 resident, here to support the people's budget. Like others have said, cops don't stop crime. Repeated analysis fails to find any connection between the number of police officers and crime rates, because cops are violence workers showing up after harm has already been done to punish and incarcerate. Instead, we can respond to violence without police terror by funding the community-led alternative emergency response teams called for in the Race and Reconciliation Report. We can fund public safety by addressing root causes of violence, funding affordable housing, education, jobs programs, healthcare, youth programs, actually addressing poverty. And that 262 million figure doesn't even include money our city pays out in lawsuits over LBPD uses of excessive force and shootings every single year, 32 million since 2014. There's not enough time to touch on all the ways LBPD avoids accountability, from tiger text, turning off body cams, implementing drone and facial recognition surveillance technology without any policy governing its use, sharing license plate data with ICE, destroying records, shooting at protesters and journalists, LBPOA's stranglehold over city politics, on and on. Defund LBPD, start with 25%.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is James Suazo, pronouns are he, him, his, and I'm a resident of the 3rd District and speaking on behalf tonight of Long Beach Forward. I was talking with a neighbor of mine the other day about how people respond to a pandemic primarily in 3 different ways. Avoidance, denying that it exists at all, scapegoating, often blaming people who are different than us, or fixing it, accepting a pandemic for what it is and actually getting to solutions. So I'm proud to be part of the Long Beach community that is fixing it, not just the people behind me, but all of us who are doing our part to get people vaccinated and talk about community-led solutions. The council has also accepted this for what it is: the Recovery Act, hero pay, tenant protections, all of that. So to be honest, I'm lost hearing these presentations, why a year and a half into the global pandemic, and we still haven't structurally invested in our highly regarded city-run health department that is actively fixing our public health crisis and increasing funds to the police department that refuse to even acknowledge the severity of a global pandemic and actually get vaccinated. So if we're in a public health crisis, we must have a public health response. And as it currently stands, the biggest threat to public health in Long Beach apparently is public safety. So this is why I'm proud to be part of the fixers, like so many of the community who are behind me here tonight, advocating for bold solutions like the people's budget, and asking you to divest from the police department and invest in departments and programs that actually keep people safe, can empower people out of poverty and into opportunities. So please support the people's budget. Thank you.
Is Tina True still here? Tina True? That concludes the public comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you to all the members of the public. We're going to go ahead now and turn to the Long Beach City Council. This is a hearing, so this is a continuation of the budget hearing. There's a motion and a second to continue the budget hearing, as we do at these meetings. I'm going to start off with Councilmember Austin.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to pass right now.
Councilman Mungo.
Thank you. I want to thank the community for showing up tonight and sharing your ideas, bringing additional materials. I know I've met with some individuals and received many of your emails. We appreciate the input, and there's a lot of work still to be done in Long Beach. And I think you should celebrate many of the successes and continue to provide the pressure, because there is more work to do. So thank you for taking the time to bring thoughtful comments. I know the council meetings can be long, and we appreciate you bearing with us. There's a lot of important things that try to get done at this dais, and your input and support is appreciated. To our police department, it's been a long year and a lot of changes and a lot of growth, and we appreciate the work that you continue to do. We know that there is a difficult road ahead in terms of resources and needs. I think that there are tools that have been discussed by this council that really provide a different methodology for supporting the community and our officers. I know that this council has talked a lot about our body worn camera program, but we've also talked a lot about our Air Ops division and other divisions that really support safety differently and more effectively. And so I look forward to hearing how those partnerships and transitions impact and support our police. I think that it is important to note that a lot of our violent crime happens in our most disadvantaged communities. And working through the creative programs that Councilwoman Zendejas has partnered with in terms of the police officers walking and getting to know the community, I've seen and heard amazing things. And I look forward to seeing how the new programs that you've brought forward with the additional funding will develop. But we also have to train the next generation of police officers to be in alignment to replace and really change the culture. And to do that means funding an academy and ensuring that our officers are not overtired and making big mistakes and saying the wrong thing in the community because they're exhausted and in a position to do something that's not good for them or the community. And so I look forward to hearing our solution for how we make sure that we're not leaving our officers in a position where they're working double overtime shifts, because the person that I am when I work at a large amount of overtime is not the person that this community can partnership effectively. So I'll just continue to say that we need to find that funding. It needs to be available, and I don't see any way around it. As for our health department, thank you for an exemplary presentation. You guys continue to do a lot with very, very little. I appreciate the work that you've done in expanding a lot of our grant programs, and I really look forward to a day where we do a better job partnering with the major foundations for more consistent, ongoing support. I know that taxes can't pay for everything, and we've gotten creative with some different funds that are available and made those investments, but we need more money. And I think that we need to work together to find where those can be. And if there's a department that goes after grants effectively, yours has been a lead. And then, Teresa, I know you're out in the field or in the community area. The work that you're doing is phenomenal, and you should be recognized. You've really changed the face of how we interact with the community, and I want you to be appreciated, and I want you to know how much your heart we hear, and how we try to meet with as many community members as we can. We know you meet with more, and I think you do an excellent job of bringing forward and consolidating those ideas into solutions in a meaningful way. Thank you for all that you've done. You've been an amazing, amazing leader through this year, and I look forward to seeing what you do next, as long as it's here in Long Beach.
Thank you. Councilwoman Allen?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief and Assistant Chief, for your presentation. And I just want to say thank you to all the speakers and the faith leaders that came out. I know many of you personally, and I know we have a lot of work to do, and there's a lot of programs that are important that we need to continue to work on. To the police department, I just want to thank you and the officers for all the work that you have done in the past year. I know it's been tough. You know, for those of you who don't know, I was a police officer here for many years, and I was seriously injured in the line of duty. I have rods and pins and other people's bones in my back. And I can't imagine being a police officer today in this environment. I felt the pain of having a coworker, friend, murdered in the line of duty. I felt the pain of having a classmate and a friend kill himself. This is a tough job, mentally, physically, and spiritually. You definitely don't have to tell me how tough the job is, because I know. I am really concerned about the mental health of officers this year. And I sure hope that we are doing everything that we can do to address that. One of the things that you talked about, Chief, that I know that we need to continue to expand our visibility and our presence. We've got work to do in the community. We need sincere engagement, getting back. We need diversity. One of the things that I like to say is I was raised, I was born here, and I went to Poly. I'm from the community, and being a police officer here really helped. And I think it's important when we look at diversity and local hire, because we have to mend a lot of bridges and relationships, and then we just have to continue to focus on, transparency and accountability. One of the things that we have seen is, the crime rate has continued to increase in our neighborhoods, and we see that in the data. I know that your coordinated response teams have done an excellent job with the gun violence, and I've definitely seen an increased presence, in our district. I don't think that it's a good idea for us to live with any fewer officers. It's just putting more strain on the officers that are currently out there. So I know that Councilwoman Mungo did talk about recruitment for 2020. So I definitely would like to hear more about that. And I do want to speak, while I have a minute and a half left, about the...
Councilwoman, I had a couple suggestions from a couple members because it's a budget hearing and there's two departments, to extend the time for council members for questions or comments. And so instead of queuing up, if you want to extend your time, feel free to do so. We'll try to stay as close to post 5 minutes as possible, but we'll extend it.
Okay, I'll be brief. One of the things that I am a huge advocate for the helicopter, and as a police woman out there was nothing better than hearing the blades up above, knowing that they were coming. I worked a one-person unit, one Adam 6, for a lot of my career, and I can tell you the police helicopter is really important for de-escalation. There were times even when police pursuits, we could call those off, which is safer for the community having that resource. I definitely didn't. I think putting a civilian up in a helicopter, replacing a police officer, is absolutely crazy to me. It's like asking a Uber or Lyft driver to drive you around. It doesn't make any sense to me. And so I just want you to really consider that. An officer has somewhere, and you can correct me, but 3,000 hours of training. They understand tactics, they understand police procedures. They can give really good direction to officers on the ground, and I think that's really important.
Excuse me.
And so
no, actually, we've extended the time. We're fine. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
And so I think that that is, it's just, the good direction on that on the ground is really important. And so I just want to leave you with, I think experience matters. And I'm just not a fan of considering any civilian to do that job. So I'm going to go back to a question that I had on, can we talk a little bit about what's the estimate for recruitment in 22?
Mayor and members of the City Council, we're working with the Civil Service Department. I think most of you are aware that Civil Service is the department that takes the lead in doing recruitment and promotional testing for all the city departments, not just the police department. We currently have a list of interested police recruits. And we're working with them on looking at that list. We are pushing for a new list to come out. What we find is every time we go out and recruit, as time goes on, we evolve. The community demands more, as you've heard tonight. And honestly, as we look at putting together a new list, even the list of demands that we're asking for our new police recruits change, and which I think makes a better police officer that serves this entire community. So those are the things we're working out with civil service right now. We're putting a lot of demand on civil service, as other departments are, and that's why we are pushing for a class sometime in the fall, maybe early winter. So it is on the top of our priority list. But having officers that match the values of our community, all of you, and the diversity that we all seek is a very top priority when we're looking for police officers for the city of Long Beach.
All right, thank you again, Chief, for all that you do.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first, I think that was a good call. This is dense stuff. It's 2 departments. I'm going to try to get this all in 5 minutes, no more than 7. But this is dense stuff, so thank you, Mr. Mayor, for offering that flexibility to Councilwoman Allen. So first, I had to step out earlier, but I heard the introduction. I had to step out and call the kids and tell them good night, but I saw it on the TV. Mr. Modak, I think the way that you help frame this, I think is important. You said, we heard from the community last year. That is enshrined in a document, the Reconciliation Initiative. And here's the progress that we've made on many of these priorities that were not priorities prior to hearing it from the community. The REACH innovation, this strategy, the community came out early and said, hey, we want to see something similar to Cahoots. It doesn't have to be Cahoots, make it your own Long Beach model. That's in this budget today. The Office of Youth Development was called out in the reconciliation plan. That is in action. That is funded through reconciliation dollars. That is here today. The Youth Fund, made possible by Measure US, that is here today. The violence prevention work, incredibly important to many members of this council. A great plan that did not have funding. It is here today in this budget, it's in the recovery budget, and it was in last year's budget. The Health Equity Center called out in the reconciliation plan. It is here, it's funded. Early intervention strategies, a big theme, it's here. Alternative response models, it's here. Lots of discussion on diversity. I tend to agree. I think one of the best things we can do is make sure that our police officers and all of our city employees come from our local community. That takes investment, that takes focus to place that as a priority in our academies. The best way you can build relationships with the community is making sure that our new recruits that are coming in are from our local community. That's important, that's key. All of that's in this budget, all while managing 250 additional staff on COVID in our health department. I remember, I was joking a bit earlier, I remember when the health department had to ask to do a budget presentation at council, had to request it. Tonight, tonight's budget presentation, the health department is giving a presentation alongside the police department. That is an incredible change. And I've watched every budget process since 2010, and without any request. I'm seeing a dramatic shift here from asking to hear about it to receiving this information and a healthy report on what's happening. I'll tell you, I read the People's Budget every year, and I try to attend the People's State of the City and hear the words every year. And we make strides to hit every category and many categories every year. And we try to do that this year. We look at it. We meet with the community. I think the major difference, and I think it's clear, the major difference isn't that the categories lifted up are ignored, because they are reflected. And we talk about what the levels are, but there is a justice fund. There is, strategies around language access. There's a youth fund. These are things that have been priorities for many years. I think the difference is the request in the budget this year is $65 million. And it makes it very difficult to achieve the scale of the investment that people are looking at. And I think we have to be honest about what long-term investment looks like for the sake of actually being able to deliver a budget that's reflective of our diverse interests within our city. And so $65 million is dramatically higher than any other people's budget request in the past. And I think that just needed to be said. I think in terms of our health department, and thank you, I see everybody's up here. Great presentation, a lot there. A few things I want to give some input on. First, thank you for including the conversation on Measure US. We're excited that that's here. That's a significant enhancement. I'm glad to see some focus on older adults in the health department. That's been a priority of the council for many years, but we have not had funding to implement that. So it's great to see that there. Secondly, it's a lot of conversation with the youth in the community. They've been advocating a youth fund for many, many years, and I'm a big proponent of this from the very beginning. But what I see in the youth fund is about 26% of that funding going out to the community, about 74% of that being retained by city staff. And I think we have to invert that. I think we want to see 20% retained, 25% retained, but the great majority going out to community-based organizations, to youth-serving organizations, and allow the youth to weigh in through a process. And we'll continue talking with the youth, but we really want to see that. A youth fund that we can stand up, put out to the community, and actually support, youth-serving organizations. Let's say Star King Elementary School is doing their play, and they need a micro grant to buy programs. We should be able to provide that. Let's say it's something like the Jordan High School Math Collaborative, a great program that struggles for funding every year that's proven. Those are the types of things we'd like to see. Let's say it's youth sports. Let's say it's Pop Warner. Let's say it's Midnight Basketball. Youth organizations will tell you what it is that they need, and we need to invert that. The youth fund should be going out to the community, not being retained by city staff. And I feel, and I'm sure more recommendations will come out, but I really feel strongly about that. A good solid, around $1 million for youth is a great start for our youth fund. In terms of the police presentation, first, thank you for highlighting the response time issue. When I talk to my residents, a lot of times I hear, as it relates to city services, from street sweeping to trash collection, I want the same level of service that other people are receiving in every part of town. And we've seen historically our response times in North Long Beach have been slower than other parts of town, particularly with fire when we didn't have Rescue 12. Now I see we've maintained our overall response time. Can you speak to the response times, the PD, Category 1 response times in North Long Beach? Is that an average across town, or is there a slower response time in North Long Beach? It's a real question that I receive from my residents that I would love to hear you address.
Good evening, Vice Mayor. Thank you for the question. I'm looking up on my form here. My stats reflect this, and this is from July of 2021, because our numbers are about 2 or 3 weeks behind always. So for July, for Priority 1 calls in North Division, I show 5.1 minutes for Priority 1 calls. Was that your specific question, just for priority?
And how does that compare to the citywide average? 5.1 in North. Are we on par? What was the citywide average?
East Division, as an example, is 5.2, so it's a little bit higher. Mm-hmm. And you have to account for geography because the area is a little bit bigger. And it takes just a little bit more time to get there. So for example, in South Division, which is the smallest division, but busiest in regards to calls for service, their Priority 1 time is down to 3.9.
Wow.
And that's an average. These
so
are all
averages.
averages.
Away, so northeast may have a slower response time than maybe in the middle of the city.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's good. That's good to understand when I talk about this with our residents. Proximity is important. Thank you so much. Just a couple other things I would say. I love the discussion about making sure we're doing recruitment in our local community. I know we're talking about academies coming up. Can you speak just briefly about what efforts or what support you need to make sure that this upcoming class of recruits has a healthy amount of people from our local Long Beach community?
Again, an excellent question. It takes every single person in this room, between not only members of the city employee family, all of you as policymakers, our audiences, even the people who have very different opinions of the police. If we go into a room and we're talking negatively about the police all the time, people of color, people we want from the city are going to say, why do I want to join them? And yes, the police department has the #1 responsibility to make sure that we attract the right people for the right reasons. But I think all of us collectively as a community have to say, you know what? We want the best police department. We want a diverse police department. Let's try and work on our kids. And for us, in the police department, we tell everyone, every police officer, recruiting is everybody's job. Every time you talk to somebody, it's like an athlete, right? You're looking through the fence at somebody playing football and somebody says, I want to be just like that. Same thing happened to me as a 5-year-old, you know. Not everybody liked the police, but I wanted to serve our community, and here I am.
Okay, we'll pick up that conversation. One final thing, because I want to wrap this up. We'll pick up that conversation offline. The final thing I just want to say is that what I hear, the common thread from public comment, from my neighbors, from our city team, we want a healthy city. A healthy city has health department capacity. Not many cities have a health department. We do. A healthy city also means that we have a healthy police department. That means making sure that they're from our local communities. It means make sure that mental health is in a good place. There's a functioning relationship between community and public servants, from police to fire to health workers. And a healthy city means that we need to really make sure that we acknowledge we're all one city team. And that city team, we need to be concerned about the mental health of our team members. We need to have one mission to deploy services. So I want to take a moment and just, thank our healthcare workers for this past year. I want to thank our rank and file police officers for their work, because we're all one part of this effort to have a healthy city and a safe city. We all have a role here. So let's keep working together for a healthy city. Thank you.
Councilman Sorrow.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to start off by thanking all of those who came to make public comment and just sharing your thoughts. I also want to share that this has been one of the toughest years of all of our lives. And I do agree with many of those commented saying that we do need healing. And I heard a member from Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition that we need to build trust. And I think that the other part is accountability as well, that I heard threaded through as far as, actions that are taken and what is the result of that to ensure that wrongs are right. And that we really need to work towards equity, healing, and renewing and restoring, right? And investments need to be made. I'm going to make some more comments before I ask my question for our police department, with our chief and with Kelly as well. But I really want to go back to building trust. I think that we need to continue to have the communication we do between all of us to ensure that we're able to address the hurt and the pain that's resulted in various ways from the past years. And the dialogue does need to continue, and I hope we can do more of that in person. While the budget kind of has brought us together in this way, I hope that it's not only the budget that brings us together in these conversations, and that also accountability is really important, and that we hope that we're taking the steps to showing you in the way that we're doing alternative response through REACH. Also in that we're going through a process to redesigning our Citizen Police Complaint Commission, and that significant investment do need to be made into our community and the health department. And I believe that that is really what Gabby from Long Beach Immigrant Rights Coalition said earlier, that we have to invest in community-based, sorry, in my notes here, safety strategies And I want to hear later on from the department, you know, how much of money has been invested and how much is going into the community. But I really do think that, you know, this isn't going to be the only dialogue we have, and that we should continue to do so in different forms and more in person. The other thing I want to share that investments are being made is around, as the Vice Mayor shared earlier, around Office of Youth Development, also violence prevention funds that's also distributed into our communities and community-based organization. Also want to thank the mayor for the Guaranteed Income Pilot Program. It's going to be launching in the fall, that millions of dollars are going into the 90813, where it has the highest number of people living in poverty, particularly single parents, right? So I do understand that we still need to go through this process in how do we continue to right the wrongs, but that also we don't also, you know, not see all of this investment being made. So my question kind of circles back to Chief Luna again. You know, what is the police department doing to build trust and ensure there's accountability in the actions of the police department? And then my question for Kelly too is how much money has been invested in the police department in this past year, and how much of that is going into our community-based organization? So first question is for a police department. Chief Luna, you know, what is the department? I think you shared some of it, but I think lifting it back again, what is the department doing to build trust in the community, ensure there's accountability? And for Ms. Calliope, how much has been invested from the recovery funds, and how much of that is going directly into the community-based organizations?
Council Member Sorrow, in regards to the police department and trust, simple answer actually. It's about relationships. It's about partnerships. Every day that our officers are out there, and it's 24/7, every contact they make is built on trying to garner that trust, because it doesn't work. And I believe, based on surveys that we take, we're not a perfect department, but the majority of this community does trust us. There are incidences, of course, that have an impact on it, and then we have to come out and be as honest as we possibly can within the law, and say this is what happened. If there's a problem, we're going to fix it. As far as accountability, if you look at every government agency, whether it's in this city or abroad, I don't know what other department holds themselves more accountable than your police department. The mechanisms that we have, whether it's internal affairs, every time we get involved in a use of force or an officer-involved shooting, the critiques that take place internally, the level of, for example, just looking at stats coming in here, we're getting an average of 180 PRAs a month, which, you know, in a way that's a good thing. And there are some people who are abusing the system, but for the most part, putting out information for us, our policies out on the internet, and there's a whole list of things that we're doing today that we weren't doing, say, 5 years ago. And just trying to put out more information about who we are and what we do every day, and really getting to know our people on an everyday basis, that we're no different than anyone else who's out there.
Thank you, Chief. Ms. Calliope, my question again, or do you have the question? I just want to make sure. I know you're sorting through.
Yeah, so I think there have been multiple funding streams in the past year. And so I think that, you know, the first funding stream was around the racial equity and reconciliation funding, which came to the health department at about 1.5 million. Of that, approximately this year, I want to say about 400,000, just over $400,000 to $500,000 will be in the community by the end of this year. Partially because we have some delays in hiring and there's more resource available for the community. Generally, we're planning on $300,000 of that approximately going into community each year. We also had the CARES Act funding, which we were able to, if we look at all of the health equity and food security and early child and all those different pieces, was approximately $10 million that went out in the past year. And then we are planning through the Recovery Act funding for about $1.5 million for youth development and violence prevention. And if we look at overall youth, it's $3.2 million going out, but there's approximately just over $3 million going out for around health equity, promotoras and investments within the Mi Vida Cuenta and the Black Health Equity Collaborative and others. So there's different pots of money that are all short term. They're all, they're all 2 to 3 years. Well, the CARES Act was 6 months, but the Recovery Act is 2 to 3 years to be able to engage and invest in our communities.
Thank you. And, just last thing I want to add is that, many of the items that are in the people's budget is, we have been having those discussions, and I want to make sure we do continue to work at ensuring we fund these different requests more and more. But some of these are new that we've just funded, like the Community Land Trust, and that, if it's not coming, there are alternative ways to find funding for that through state. Ensuring that, and then also language access and digital inclusion as well. There's a commitment to continue to have dialogue, but we also have a deficit coming up. So I think that there's, I think there is an understanding this is important and that we're committed, and we have, started the process in funding, and I think that it doesn't, and that there is a commitment to continue to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I have Councilman Austin.
Thank you. I'm ready now. And thank you for indulging me. I was paying attention to public comment and just kind of forgot that it was my turn to go. But I do appreciate all of the comment this evening in the presentation from staff on 2 very important departments, pivotal departments and critical departments for our city. And I want to appreciate my colleagues for pointing out, particularly in the people's budget, the fact that we as a council, as a city, have been taking into account all that we've heard over the last couple of years in terms of moving this city and being more equitable and intentional with our service. I think my biggest challenge, and I'll just be straightforward, with our health department, with so much resources coming into the city, and I think every city is dealing with this as well, ramping up and having the capacity to be able to deliver the service that we want to deliver is going to be a real challenge, not only for the city, but also for the community-based organizations that we're going to be asking to partner with us, right? And I'd like to see a lot more energy being put into planning on how to deliver and deliver well for the city of Long Beach. Bottom line, all parties involved. I did have some very specific questions regarding the budget, and so I'm gonna get into that a little bit. And first, I want to talk to Ms. Callipee and the Health Department budget, specifically related to the administrative budget. In the executive office, sorry about that. In FY20, there was 75 full-time positions, 75.6. That was adjusted in 21, and then in 20, there's a budget of 65 positions. But the actual budget is much different. Can you explain the variation? I think I'm may have the wrong one here. Forgive me.
Sorry, Councilman, are you looking at the difference between our FY20 proposal and our FY21 proposal?
The Homeless Services Bureau.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
I was like our executive office? Okay.
Right. So that there was a huge variation. It looks like we got probably an influx in 21, probably from the CARES Act. I'll guess.
Uh-huh.
But the budget in the positions from FY20 to FY22 are 10 less. So the question is, did we lose positions, or were the positions that were budgeted in FY20 not filled?
So we certainly went through, and during FY20, we certainly went through a phase where we were having it, we had unfilled positions. If in FY20, hold on one second. Sorry. In FY20, we had unfilled positions. And so then in this FY21, we have significant increases in the number of positions through all of the grants and opportunities. So we've been hiring, like a special project officer, the mental health services, the public health nurses, and many more.
Okay, I may want to dig in a little bit later on that,
Sure,
just to understand the how we're funding positions and whether or not the positions are filled. I'm going to be really paying attention to that.
And Councilmember, if I may, we do have our budget staff here. We record questions, and then we can get some of those back in writing. So if we don't have it tonight, just ask it, and we'll make sure we get that to you.
Very good. Yeah, thank you. And I'm not wearing my glasses because they're fogging up on me here. And then to Councilmember Vice Mayor Richardson's point regarding the youth fund, I think he makes some great points about moving those funds into the community, but I want to make sure that we are supporting community services and organizations that are delivering in our city, right? Programs that we know are working, that have the capacity to deliver. We're not taking a chance on anyone, and I'm specifically call out, the YMCA, the Boys and Girls Club. I think he mentioned the Math Collaborative, and I'm sure each and every council member can think of youth-led organizations or youth organizations in their districts that are delivering and making a difference. I wanted to just get that in there. I think for LBPD, complacency is not an option in any way. We have to continue to be innovative and engaging in the community, and I want to just thank you, Chief, for your flexibility. I want to thank the department because you guys have been through quite a bit over the last year. Crime is this is a council that prides itself on making data-informed decisions. The data is not headed in the right direction right now. And a lot of what I've heard this evening, it just would not, in my opinion, be smart or responsible for this council to entertain cutting our public safety budget at this point. So I want to be very clear that I'm paying attention, I'm looking at data, but I'm also hearing from constituents all over the district and all over the city. That might not be the best decision right now for this council to move forward with. And so with that, we have made some decisions over the last year that have been impactful. I guess my question is to the city manager and to the chief. Where are we at with our helicopter operations as it currently stands today?
Councilmember Austin, thank you for the question. We have helicopter service up. It is vital to providing the best service that we can to our community. The force multiplier it creates and the confidence it gives the officers on the ground, not to mention to the Vice Mayor's point earlier about response time, that helicopter could be anywhere in the city within minutes over an incident, directing units in, and that is extremely helpful. Due to the reductions that the police department had last year, we did cut 51 police officer positions, and part of those reductions was in that helicopter unit. So the staffing there was reduced. We did have to reduce a shift, so there's less coverage in the city, unfortunately. We currently have 2 sworn police pilots that are in that unit, and we have 2 tactical flight officers that are also in that unit. But we're looking at the budgets. Several of the council members have showed a lot of interest in making modifications to that. So we are working with financial management in the city manager's office, looking at all of our options to potentially bring that service. I don't know if it'd be back to where it was. That would be optimal, but at least put it in a place where we're maximizing it as a community, because it is an amazing tool.
I think I'm looking for what's manageable. So maximizing, not necessarily. I want to know what's manageable and what's needed.
Well, when we had 6 individuals in the unit, it wasn't 24/7 coverage. And optimally, we'd like to have that thing in the air 24/7. That provides the best service to the community. We can't afford to do that. I understand that. It puts all of you in a very difficult position. We're trying to maintain what we have now, which is most of that's unbudgeted. We're pulling from different places because as a police chief, I have to make decisions of where this department could be most effective with the resources that we have. Okay. So right now, having the 2 police pilots and the 2 tactical flight officers is basic, because beyond that, I'm really hurting us if I take that out of the air.
If I can add, we did make a change last year. The original proposal was to go from 6 officers to 2 civilians. And we started getting into the meet and confer. We did not change any service models until we've gone through meet and confer, so we're still at our old service model. But we determined that that was not a feasible approach. So we ended up adding back 2 police officers, and PD cut other funding out of their fleet in order to do that. So that's all outlined kind of in the memo. So we're back to 4 officers. I'm sorry, 2 officers, 2 civilians. And what's under debate right now is, do we keep the 2 civilians? Do we convert those to officers? Does the council want to go beyond that? It's probably about $120,000 to convert the officers or civilians to officers and go to 4 total sworn. If we're adding back 2 more positions, that's probably in the $580,000 range as an addition.
Yeah, I have a few questions, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind. So I heard you talk about the recruiting class and the academy, and making changes, and new recruits are going to be asked to be different type of officers. Has the job description for the police department and for new police officers changed at all in the last year?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
And it's because we listen. We listen to our community. We listen to each and every one of you as what our expectations are of a police officer. The world evolves. We have to pay attention to what's happening not only in Long Beach, but across this country. We listen, we're evolving, and we're going in the right direction.
And to that point, can you explain the RAC, the Recruitment and Advancement Committee, and who is that comprised of? And recruitment and advancement will help interview potential new officers for the academy. Is that correct?
Thank you, council member. So there's a couple of things there. The recruitment group, working group, takes a look at. They work with civil service, so it's 2-part because civil service is part of this recruitment initiative. But the recruitment working group looks at. It's internal to the department, but it looks at ways to improve the diversity within our organization, how to reach areas that traditionally and historically we haven't been able to reach, and increase recruiting that way. So there's a couple of things that will take some time to move forward. We're operating off of a current list with civil service, so we'll try to select the best candidates possible off of that list with today's criteria that the chief was just talking about. So the recruitment group will be looking at diversity, mentoring, leadership internally and externally.
Thank you so much. And my final question, and thank you for indulging me, related to your budget. I do see an add or an upgrade from a lieutenant position to a commander to serve as chief of staff. Can you explain how and what we're doing there?
Thanks, council member. The the upgrade for that position was we were operating off of an old program where we tried to change the staffing model within the chief's office to a lieutenant as chief of staff, and realized that that was not a feasible option based on the scope of the duties and the requirement for that particular position. So we used some cost savings to create bring back a commander position as the chief of staff. Move it from, we were using an internal affairs commander to cover both internal affairs and the chief of staff responsibilities in the interim. And so we have now our chief of staff back at a commander position.
Thank you for that explanation.
And I just wanted to add, and it goes back to Councilwoman Sorrell's question about accountability. Accountability, the demand for accountability has never been higher. And some of these upgraded positions, we're putting people in positions and at ranks where we can absolutely, there's more oversight, more accountability, more transparency, and these positions help us to increase that.
And looking forward to having more conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Price.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to both departments for your presentations this evening. I thought they were very informative, and I think the conversation that we've had and are continuing to have is going to help inform some good decisions. I think we can all agree as a council, and I think the majority of constituents, that it's important for us to have balance when we're talking about public safety. There's a whole aspect to preemptive efforts to help shape public safety and opportunity and access and those kinds of decisions, especially for our youth. But we also have a reactive need for public safety that's also essential and important. And I think everybody would agree with that. In terms of preemptive, I want to commend our health department for really leading in a lot of the new initiatives that we have initiated over the past last 1 to 3 years. In terms of our youth, we've initiated a lot of violence prevention initiatives, which I think are great, and programs. I would like to see, moving forward, some more youth mental health initiatives. As someone whose son's best friend committed suicide 3 weeks ago in Park Estates, who was suffering from mental health issues that were exasperated by the isolation experienced during COVID, I think we need to be having more conversations about mental health. And I also think we need to be having more youth opportunities to have conversations about substance abuse. Every single day in the line of work that I'm in, I see people get involved with substance abuse in a way that they don't think it's going to affect their life or grab a hold of their life, and it does. And sometimes it does so very quickly, depending on what it is they're using. And the prevalence of fentanyl that we're seeing being used today recreationally, and the fentanyl that we're seeing being mixed with other drugs is absolutely unbelievable. When we're talking, we have all these conversations about homelessness and transient activity. The opioid use and the fentanyl use that we're starting to see locally and regionally is very concerning. So I would love to see some preemptive programs that address mental health and substance abuse as part of our, initiatives for reallocating money. I think I absolutely agree with a lot of the public comment. We need to pour more money into mental health, substance abuse, and treatment preventative. But I also think on the other side that we need to also be prepared with some of the reactive public safety necessities. Like when people call the police, they do expect the police to arrive within a reasonable period of time. Every single one of our residents wants that. And I'll tell you today, I had no intention of doing this. I had a full day of meetings, but I spent from 9 a.m. to 12 o'clock today with a victim who is a DACA applicant, and I helped her apply for a U visa this morning. And I walked her down to court, and I helped her apply for a civil restraining order because she is the victim of domestic violence. And her frustration is that When she calls, the police don't do anything, the police don't come. This is not in the city of Long Beach. But the point is, those people deserve public safety protections as well. They are residents of our city, and when they're victims of crime and they call, they have no one else to call when they feel like they're gonna be attacked or assaulted. And when they call 911, they should expect that the police are gonna arrive in a reasonable period of time. And for me, you know, it's one thing for us to make assumptions about response times throughout the city, but what I'd like to know is who's doing better response times than Long Beach? And what can Long Beach as a city together, not district by district, but together, how can we get better response times for the whole city? For me, I'll tell you, most of my residents are paying prices for their homes that are equivalent to the city that's 1.8 miles away, Seal Beach. Their housing prices are very similar. They want response times like Seal Beach. That's who they're comparing themselves to. I know that's not realistic. The cities are different, the demographics are different. But I think whether it's north, east, south, west, it doesn't matter. Every district, every division wants better response times because although we don't want this to happen, I think everybody, even the folks that want to route money away from the police department, also want to be able to look at people in the face and say, when you feel like you're in danger and you feel you're about to get attacked and you have nowhere to go and you have nowhere to turn, you should be able to call the police and they're going to come and help you. That's the number one defense to losing their lives or being injured. And so I think that's really important. And I think we need to have that balance. And for me, the idea, when I hear people say, let's route money away from the police department, what I hear is we need to invest more in mental health and youth programming and helping people have opportunities and access so that they don't get on that criminal justice pipeline. And I think that's really important. We need to do everything we can and route as many resources as we can to that. I'm 100% on board, but not as a punitive sanction to the police department, because from everything I know, our police department doesn't deserve as a whole, as an entity, to be punished, especially for the actions that were done elsewhere. We'll address things case by case in our city, and of course, where there are lessons to be learned, liability to be had, and accountability for police officers that don't do the right thing, that has to happen on a case-by-case basis. But on an overall broad scheme, we shouldn't be punishing any department as an entire department, because our residents are going to be the ones that suffer. So for me, I want to make sure that we have that balance, and I'm going to support everything we can do to support both the preventative measures as well as the reactionary measures. I think that's important. I am a huge proponent of sworn police officers flying helicopters, because I can tell you, you do not want a civilian coming into court and testifying on a trial that involved a police helicopter pursuit. You just don't. That's, as a prosecutor, that's the worst kind of witness in the world. You want to, like Councilwoman Allen said, it's like the Uber driver coming in. Maybe that's the trend and that's where the world is going, and maybe I'm a little old-fashioned, but I believe that you should have police officers driving police vehicles and police officers flying police air support. That's just my belief, and I think it's really important for us to think about how important that value, that asset is. You know, we don't see a lot of crimes that are single-handedly solved by air support, but certainly air support is providing assistance to officers that are on the ground, and their testimony, depending on the case it is, may be essential for any prosecution. And so I want to make sure that we're conscious about that. And I understand basically the low-level cost of the program to maintain it is in the mid-hundreds. If the money was there, if we could find it, I would support it at full recovery. That's how important I think that particular item is. I also think traffic safety is very important. There's a lot of data out there that shows that enforcement, proactive enforcement, is effective in reducing traffic fatalities. And we simply don't have enough proactive enforcement. I want to recognize Commander Ellis in the East Division who realizes traffic safety is a major issue and is doing the best that he can with one-time resources to fill those needs. But our traffic bureau for a city of our size is not where it needs to be. That's just my personal opinion, because I think a traffic fatality is just as tragic for the family members of the deceased as a shooting is. They've still lost their loved one, and they've still lost their loved one as a result of a collision that could perhaps have been avoided if someone had been deterred by having been stopped and educated earlier. And I don't think we have the resources to do that as much as we need to. We need to be issuing more traffic tickets so that people have the opportunity to go to classes and learn about the importance and what can happen if they're drinking and driving and someone dies. That's very important. Those are lessons that I think people learn, unfortunately, by coming into contact with officers in a traffic enforcement setting. So I support more traffic enforcement, and I wish there was a way that we could find more money for it in this budget. With that, I want to thank everybody for the work that you're all doing. It's really important work, and just because we want to support, active patrols and good response time does not mean, nor should anyone ever conclude, that we don't want to and aren't fully committed to supporting all the other front-end mitigation methods that are available to help our youth and help them get a chance. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just one thing I heard I wanted to drill in on a little bit more. Chief, did you say that you have, you're funding these 4 positions, the 2 sworn pilots and the 2 support officers, without it being budgeted? You're doing it because you see that it's needed. Is that what I heard?
Yes, sir, that's exactly what you heard. I have 2 budgeted civilian pilots in the air support unit currently, but I am taking from other places in the police department and I'm filling it with 4 police officers right now because I believe it's that important.
Okay, Mr. City Manager, you mentioned a bit earlier that the recommendation last year, the 2 civilians, operationally, that's not working.
Yeah, so the chief's talking about operationally right now how he's filling it with bodies. I'm talking more about budget. So we cut from 6 to 2, and then as we went through the meet and confer, it was clear you have to have helicopter observers. And so we needed to add back those 2 positions. Police department basically recommended cutting in their fleet budget to add 2 police officers. I did that as a current year enhancement and let the council know in a memo, and then that's in the budget in front of you now. So now we're back to 4. We're 2 civilians, 2 police officer positions. Some of the concepts we're talking about is, do you upgrade those other 2 civilians to have 4 police officers, or do you then restore it back to 6, which that would be the $580,000 increase to go back up to 6.
I think the 4 sworn, here's what I would say. I've heard a lot, I heard there's raised a lot today. So if the Budget Oversight Committee or staff makes them whole by having the 2 sworn officers and 2 sworn observers, operationally, I think the case has been made. And so if we can figure out a way to make that work, if it adds operationally what we think it does in order to be effective in the community, that's something that I can support. And then the second thing I would just say, so I would love to see from a process standpoint how that comes back. The second thing I would say is, a lot of conversation about all the things that we should do as a city, but I think we have to get to the basic desire of someone who lives in your city and is dependent on our services. And we've heard this a lot, as it relates to response times, people just want to know, because I do get complaints in every department, and a lot of it is because some of my neighborhoods are very, very far away. Hey, we didn't get a street sweeping this week. It didn't, they didn't show up again, or my trash didn't get picked up, or my response times, and we dealt with this with fire, it was 3 minutes later because we were so far away, how far north we are. And I think some of this is on all the extremes of the city, the far east, the far north. I think we need to be able to, make a commitment. If some areas of town are 3 minutes and some are 5, that's not good enough. I think, and I'm not saying it's something we have to address now, but we have to be able to make a reasonable commitment to no matter where you are in the city, your trash will be picked up. Your response time is fair. It's not a 2-second difference or disparity across the city. We have to be thinking about that. And I know that's not something that can be addressed in one budget, but that is something that we should be making a commitment to everybody who lives in the city, no matter if you live in the middle or on the outside. And that's just a comment of mine. Thank you.
And back on the helicopter, we'll make sure in our 2 from 4 we give you the actual numbers, what it would take to get back to 4, which I agree is a very reasonable approach, and then what it will take to get back to 6. You'll have both those numbers.
Thank you. I'm going to make some remarks as well, and then I think we will be moving on to the rest of the agenda. We still have a full agenda. Let me just begin by thanking again the budget staff, and I know that the BOC and Councilman Austin the BOC is working through its meetings as well to get us through the budget process. I want to let me start with the health department and then move on to the police department. I want to thank the entire health department for really, first and foremost, this very difficult year, and been doing an amazing job with the resources that it has. I'm all grateful that at every level of government, the county level, the state level, the federal level, we have received significant resources to grow our health department, I think by maybe 200 bodies. And so I'm hearing a lot about supporting our health department tonight, and we are. The health department has never been larger as far as I remember it, and it's robust, and it's doing a lot of great work, and that's going to continue. And I think that we want to make sure that the health department continues to have the resources it needs to protect us from future pandemics, but also to take care of the community recovery programs right now that are so important, and working with our community organizations to do that work. So just thank you to the entire team, particularly Dr. Davis and the entire infectious disease unit that's doing wonderful with the vaccines and everything else. So a huge thank you. And part of the recovery is also working on making sure that what I heard a lot tonight and from council members is that obviously for true community safety, you have to have also the preventative work. It has to happen consistently and thoroughly, and that's something the health department is very involved in. So I just want to thank you for that. To just the chief and to the leadership that's here, part of recovery, and we've talked about this a lot, is also the safety recovery, and it's ensuring that we continue to make sure our community is safe. I've said it many times that Long Beach today, by any way you look at the data, is safer than it was 20 and 30 and 40 years ago. Doesn't mean we don't have challenges. Doesn't mean that that guns have not become a source of increase in shootings, and that there isn't a gun epidemic, because there is. And we still have incredibly tragic incidents in our city that happen. But we are and have continued to ensure, I believe, that the police department look at what 21st century policing actually really means and how we change and improve moving forward. And I think you guys have and continue to do that. I want to thank you, Chief, and your entire team. It has been a very, very hard year for everyone, for all of you. I mean, I told you this, of course, privately. But I think it's important also that we look at where the resources are today and what the community is looking for. And I agree with some of the comments here. At the end of the day, folks want to know when they call 911 that someone's going to be there to help them, and that they're going to be there when they need them. And that's something that the service that we provide every single day. And I also know, and one of the reasons why I'm proud of where we are headed in many ways, is we're also recognizing as a city, and really quite frankly as a country, that there are some 911 calls that could be handled by other folks as well. And police officers today are expected to be police officers and social workers and medical workers and do a variety of things. And I think I want to make sure that we provide you the support to focus on policing and the important work that has to happen in our community. I agree with some of the comments. We have to ensure, I appreciate the police department has never been more diverse. Under your leadership, it's more diverse today than it's ever has been. When I attend every single graduation that your department has, and I look at these young officers, what I see back are folks that want to serve their community and that look like our city, and that more and more we have women serving and more people of color and folks that want to give back. And I think that that's something that will continue to grow within our city. And I also see, particularly with the younger officers, a real call to service. And I believe that the training and the investments we're going to make in projects like the training facility are really important investments that this council is going to make. Finally, let me just say on the helicopter issue, which has been brought up repeatedly, I also support what's been said. It is important to, I think, for police officers to fly police helicopters, and particularly those that are sworn and that have that experience. And so I think we've asked, I know that the BOC is, I think, looking at this issue and hopefully will incorporate it as we move forward in the next few weeks to make sure that that piece of the budget gets adjusted. And I look forward to working with the other members that are interested in making that change. And let me just say in conclusion that to me what's important moving forward is that we're focused on a complete recovery, and that is not just the health piece, that's not just the economic piece, but also that people in this community deserve also to feel safe. And I'm hearing from folks is they also want to make sure that there are enough police to take care of their needs, that police are there at an adequate amount of time, and so the response time piece is really important. And which I know that we're working on to ensure that we are modeling a true community police department. And all of those things I think are really important. So thank you all for the presentation. I appreciate hearing from both the health department and the police department. And if there's any objection, we have a motion and a second to receive and file the report until the next meeting. And so please cast your votes on that.
Motion carried.
Thank you. And with that, we will go here, item number 13, please.
Item 13 is communication from Councilwoman Allen, recommendation to request city manager to prepare a report exploring the cost and feasibility of expanding the Alamitos Beach parking lot and adding additional parking on Shoreline Drive and surrounding areas.
Councilwoman Allen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm sure that we all know that parking is a major issue, especially in my district. And boy, did I hear a lot about that when I was knocking on doors and campaigning. I do want to thank Director Eric Lopez and his team for their insights and for working with me and the team and staff. This is a really big deal. As you know, parking is difficult for residents, businesses, visitors throughout the 2nd District, and the pandemic has further contributed to the reduction in available parking. And as the city continues to grow and we emerge from the pandemic, and as businesses, events, and community organizations begin resuming their normal operations, adding additional parking is going to be imperative. The Alamitos Beach neighborhood is especially impacted with the completion of the cafe, concession stands, and the upcoming proposed installation of the Weebit water feature, which I'm really excited about, and the 2028 Olympics is on the horizon. We are anticipating more tourists and people visiting Long Beach for events and recreational activities. This item today would significantly expand both the parking lot and public access to the waterfront areas. I think it's also important to look at transportation issues holistically, and therefore I've asked Public Works to look into expanding alternative options, which include secured bike parking, destination scooter parking zones, storage lockers for pedestrians and bus riders, electric vehicle charging zones, and any and all other creative solutions that can be deployed, that are has been deployed in other cities. I'd also like to see in the future some kind of outreach to our residents and see what their appetite is for creating a parking improvement district, possibly, buying parking lots or creating shuttle systems. I just think it's important that we look at all of these options. So this will be the first of many items that I will be introducing to tackle this issue. And I look forward to seeing what Public Works will bring back and find solutions that improve our parking and transit capabilities. Thank you. I do have a quick question. I have heard from residents at the Villa Riviera about late night noise and activity in the parking lot. What are our options for securing that lot at night? And is a gate or any other physical barrier possible?
Council member, we are installing some security features. We're actually working right now to install some security cameras in that area. And there is infrastructure in place for a potential gate arm. We just need to do additional evaluation with any regulatory permit restrictions that we may have from either Coastal Commission or others. So that is an item we can look at, and we're happy to see what we can do in order to help with the issue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no further council comment, is there any public comment on this?
No public comment.
Okay, thank you. Members, please cast your vote.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Let's have number 18, please.
Item 18 is a report from Long Beach Airport. Recommendation to award contracts to Lean Technology Corporation for engineering design services and KDG Construction Consulting for construction management services for runway 12-30 electrical improvements at the Long Beach Airport, District 5.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Are there any comments, Councilman Mongo? Okay, is there any public comment here?
No public comment.
Okay, members, please cast your vote.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Let's have 19, please.
19th report from Public Works, recommendation to amend 7 contracts for as-needed street design services to increase the aggregated contract amount by $20 million citywide.
Thank you. And is there any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Members, please cast your vote.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Number 20, please.
Item 20, report from Development Services, recommendation to declare ordinance amending the Long Beach Municipal Code relating to the zoning regulations of the City of Long Beach, read and adopted as read, citywide.
Thank you. I think we heard this at the last meeting. Is there any public comment on this item?
No public comment.
Okay, members, please cast your vote.
Motion carried.
21, please.
Item 21, communication from City Attorney, recommendation to adopt resolution in support of the right of security officers at the Common Spirit, Dignity Health to a free and fair election and representation by Service Employees International, United Healthcare Workers West, citywide.
Thank you. Councilwoman Sarr, you want to speak on this?
Yes, I just want to thank my colleagues for their support to standing with the security officers to join SEIU UHW. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Price, anything? Okay, any public comment on this?
No public comment.
Seeing none, members, please cast your vote.
Motion carried.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, that satisfies the agenda if you want
Is there
to
any,
handle public comment.
second public comment period?
We have 5 signed up. So Christine Chim,
Anybody else?
Cameron Cootie, Kimberly Allen, Amanda Norquist, and Laura Roberts.
I think we just have one person from that group. Please come forward.
Mayor, City Council, my name is Christine, and thank you for your time. I'm here today because of the housing situation due to COVID-19. I know I stand with others when I say it's been a difficult time due to COVID-19. I myself was evicted for no just cause. I have signed the eviction moratorium and sent it to my landlord. He is still evicting me. It has been difficult looking for a new place as most places are out of my price point. We are going through a pandemic with a virus that is mutating and causing stronger variants, as in the Delta variant. Establishments are permanently closed, temporarily closed, or open with mandates. It is dangerous for everyone at this time, and is even more dangerous and more difficult when experiencing homelessness during this time. I envision a world where housing and basic goods are taken care of. Housing is so expensive, and market pricing is established by management companies which price them so high. I've been actively looking for a place within my price point for almost 2 months, and I have not been able to look for something. It's difficult, and I would ask you to please help me and please help us. My question is, at what point does human lives matter more than money? The government could help with permanent housing for everyone with little to no cost. I know it can be done. Human lives matter more than money. Thank you.
Thank you very much. New business, please. Councilman Supranant.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to close tonight's council meeting in recognition of the 97th birthday of Joe Jost. They opened at the corner of Anaheim and Temple on August 10th, 1924. Joe Jost is one of the oldest continuously operating taverns west of the Mississippi. As it states on their Facebook site, to be open that long in Long Beach, Joe Jost survived the polio epidemic, prohibition, diphtheria epidemic, the Great Depression, the 1933 earthquake, World War II, the Korean War, Vietnam War, Asian flu epidemic, the Long Beach civil unrest, H1N1 swine flu, and the COVID-19 pandemic. And so I think as we celebrate their 97th years, you can bet that they will be around a lot longer. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Richardson.
Thank you. I have a few updates this evening. First, I want to invite the public to join us to attend the Doris Topps Yelvert Community Center renaming dedication ceremony, and as we unveil the new sign that marks the new community center, the Doris Topps Yelvert Community Center. This is August 21st at 11 a.m. This is prior to the Uptown Jazz Festival. And so Mother Doris, we all know, is a citywide gem and a living legend, and we want to, we talk about giving people their flowers while they can enjoy them, and I encourage you to bring your flowers to Mother Doris. We're going to celebrate her contributions to the city in this process. Secondly, this is your chance to help define your community using your voice. The 2021 Long Beach Redistricting Commission is ready to hear the 9th District input. That is this Wednesday, August 11th, 6:30 p.m. at the Doris Topps Yelvert Community Center at Houghton Park. The meeting is available both in person and virtually. The meeting will cover redistricting basics, communities of interest, online mapping tool training, and an opportunity to speak about your community. Visit the district website or the city website for more information. City's budget. The city budget meeting is coming up soon. We invite all residents to provide their input, help shape the city spending plan for the next fiscal year and into the future. The last meeting to join the conversation and share your budget priorities directly with city staff in the community will take place Thursday, August 12th. This is Thursday at 5 p.m. at the Michelle Obama Neighborhood Library, 5870 Atlantic Avenue. Doors open a half hour before the start time. And finally, we want to invite you to our 10th annual Uptown Jazz Festival. It starts with a family-friendly open street event on Saturday, August 21st from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. This is a partnership with Southern California Association of Governments Go Human campaign, where you can share feedback on reimagining Artesia Boulevard. Artesia Boulevard is going to be closed from Atlantic Avenue to Orange Avenue. So come test out proposed street improvements, enjoy pop-ups from local businesses and food trucks and kids zone and basketball and all of those things. And then at Houghton Park, beginning at 11:30 on the very same day, we're going to be having our 10th annual Uptown Jazz Festival. And so you won't want to miss out on this. It's going to be a great event. We have a great lineup of artists, and we're going to make sure that we have COVID vaccines and other resources available. So we encourage you to come out and join us. Proof of COVID-19 vaccination or negative test is required for the dance floor, for the beer gardens, and any premium seating area. So I can't wait to enjoy and celebrate our 10th annual Uptown Jazz Festival with you. Thank you and have a good night.
Councilman Allen?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You can join my office and Office of Councilwoman Zendejas this Saturday, August 14th from 8:30 to 10:30 in front of Lafayette on Linden for an East Village neighborhood cleanup. And also Saturday, AOC 7 will be hosting a neighborhood cleanup at 634 East 11th Street from 7:30 to 10:30. And one more, Craftsman Village will be hosting a neighborhood cleanup at 1538 Hellman Avenue from 7:30 to 11:30. So it's a beautiful weekend to clean up, and hopefully you'll come and meet your neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll adjourn the meeting.